Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Absolutely fine.
It's live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a unique experience called Living with Higher Purpose. We will be beginning in about 7 minutes. I would really appreciate it if y'all can grab your coffee and anything to eat, and please take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will begin in 2 or 3 minutes.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I see tons of thumbs ups. Thank you guys. Good morning. We're so excited and feel so blessed to have you guys here with us today. I know a lot of you have come here through your affiliation with Columbia University or the New York City Chinmay Mission, the New York City Vedanta Society, or honestly your social grapevine, whatever it might be. We are happy to have you here, and we hope you're ready to really discuss, learn more about, and tap into your spirituality. Before we kind of kick things off, to tell you a little bit about myself, my name is Divya Sernani, born and raised in Houston, Texas, and I'm one of the many team members that helped put this event together.
Hi, everyone. My name is Madhvi Sernani, sister to Divya, and I'm also one of the team members that have helped put this event together. So just some housekeeping rules before we get started. You all notice there are QR codes at your tables. If you can take a minute to scan the QR code, it will show you the program that we have set out for today. And if you can't access it on the table, it's also here on the screen. So we'll just give everyone a few seconds to do that. Again, it's just to show you all the fun stuff we have planned for today. And if you need any assistance, there's some volunteers around to also help you scan the QR codes. Awesome. And just keep in mind that throughout the conference to try to just be respectful of the people around you as you do head to the restroom. It is outside this door around the corner to the left. And as our speakers do come up here, please make sure your phones are on silent. And again, like we mentioned, there will be volunteers posted with orange lanyards. So if you do have any questions throughout the duration of the day, please grab one of us and we'd be more than happy to assist. So I know we're all excited, so let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about, as you all know, spirituality, right? What is it? How science intersects with spirituality, how many people have been accessing it through ancient texts and traditions over the years, and honestly, how people are implementing it in their life today. So in order to help us do that, we have so many esteemed speakers joining us: Dr. Lisa Miller, Dr. Scott Kaufman, and Dr. Hitendra Wadhwa with Columbia University, Brahmacharini Shubhani Chaitanya with New York City Chinmay Mission, Sharmila Sani, who is the host of the Gita Girl podcast, and Swami Sarvapriyananda, the head of the New York City Vedanta Society. So please, everybody, just give them a warm welcome for being here with us today. In order to ceremoniously kick off the morning, if you should say, we want to light a lamp, share some few words from somebody that really inspired our core team members to come up with the idea of this conference and put it together, and follow that up with a guided meditation. So we would really appreciate your silence and cooperation.
Divine souls, just as light dispels darkness in a room, the light of knowledge dispels darkness in our thoughts, words, and actions. This Diya flame we are lighting now symbolizes the light of knowledge and spirituality in guiding us to evolve higher. The ancient text that inspired me is the Gita, which is universal, eternal, and for the welfare of all, embracing humanity. My spiritual master, Swami Hariharji, always says Gita stands as a beacon light for the salvation of mankind. Scientific and technological advancement alone does not complete evolution of humans. Spiritual awakening elevates one's perception, who then can see the existence as one whole, breaking the barriers of caste, creed, and color, thereby doing away with racial and religious prejudice. The narrative has been echoed over centuries by sages and scholars alike. Gautam Buddha says, just as a candle cannot burn without fire, humans cannot live without a spiritual life. And the award-winning astronomer Carl Sagan mentions, science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality. So, my dear sisters and brothers, may this conference be your eternal guide throughout your life. Good luck.
Thank you. I will now, apologies. We'll now ask you all to join us for a guided meditation.
Hi, my name is Sharmila. Welcome today. Thank you for making time to be with us. And I'm just going to take 2 minutes of your time to help you focus on the moment. So I'm going to sit down just as you are. And so I want everybody to acknowledge, first of all, you can close your eyes or keep them open, sit in a relaxed position. Put your hands where you're not going to fidget, either on the table in front of you or in your lap. And silently acknowledge that we all have very busy lives full of many unresolved issues that we all need to deal with. But we're going to put those aside for the next 2 minutes. And for the next 2 minutes, we're going to focus on the moment and ourselves. So we're going to take a deep breath in. And as you breathe in, feel the sensation of the breath filling your chest and your lungs with clean, fresh air. And as you breathe out, focus on your body relaxing. With every breath in, feel how the air rejuvenates your lungs and every cell of your body. And with every breath out, relax your eyes, your eyebrows, your nose, your chin, your ears, your neck, and your chest. Keep focusing just on your breath. There's nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to think at this moment, but be one with your breath and enjoy the stillness of this moment. Enjoy the break from your thoughts. Enjoy the calm and the relaxation that your body is experiencing right now. Keep breathing in and out. Take a moment to feel gratitude for your lungs and your body that is able to be silent and still at your command. Take a moment for the gratitude and safety of this moment in a warm room, among friends and peers, and safety. Keep relaxing and keep breathing. There's just you and your body in this moment. Nothing to think, nowhere to go, just to relax and enjoy and be grateful. Keep breathing. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. How do you feel? I like that from Dr. Lisa Miller. Isn't it fun? Well, thank you for joining me in doing that, and welcome to the rest of the program. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we are just about ready to kick off the first part of today, which is spirituality as a science. Just a little bit of context. When we think about spirituality and where it came from, I think a lot of historians can say that it dates back to really ancient traditions. If you think about South Asia, a lot of mindfulness and Vedic practices there. If you think about Buddhism, a lot of similarities as far as dharma, chakras, yoga, the self, all terms that sound very familiar as far as, how we kind of are practicing spirituality today. And at the same time, in preparation for today, I read something by Philip Sheldrake. A lot of you may not know who he is. I didn't know who he was. But he's a theologian that's specialized in religious history and philosophy. And he said that nowadays we can view spirituality as something that is native to everybody, something that is innate to our very being. And that reminded me of something that our first speaker said to me that really stuck, which is people have a really hard time conceptualizing and wrapping their heads around that which you cannot materialize. And I think that is where science comes into play. So our first speaker, Dr. Lisa Miller, she's the founder of the Spirituality Mind-Body Institute at Columbia University. That's the first graduate program and research institution at any Ivy League for psychology and spirituality. Her research has been published countless times. She has a New York Times best-selling book called The Spiritual Child, and if I were to sit here and go on and on about her accolades, we'd be here for 10 minutes. So I highly encourage you to take a look at her website and look at the incredible things she's done. But we're so lucky to have her here in the flesh with us today. So please join me in giving her a warm welcome as she talks to us and shares her knowledge on the intersection of spirituality and science.
Good morning. I am so grateful to be here. This convening, like all moments, but is amplified by your presence that occurs in the realm of miracles. Also who brought men to some of our greatest challenges that have been silent heretofore on spirituality. Some of you may remember, thinking back a few decades, the Surgeon General has determined that smoking may be dangerous for your health. Well, the Surgeon General currently in office, Surgeon General Rebecca Murphy, issued a different advisory. It was on the epidemic of the mental health. Reinvigorating our breath. Okay. This will not surprise you. Every single one of us is a spiritual being. Our world is full of
Okay. Hi. Yes, good. Spirituality is innate. How do we know this? Through the lens of science, we can use a twin study. We can look at any human capacity, temperament, risk for illness, height and weight, any human capacity, and determine the extent to which it is inborn or shaped by environment. I'll give you an example. I'm a parent of 3 children. The center child, who asked to go by center child, slept through the night at 18 months. So for 4 times a night for a year and a half, do you remember the little sound? Innocence. I'd get up, I'd walk across the house, and I'd soothe the baby. Her temperament was one of discomfort, and I could soothe her. By the time we're 30, our temperament is half innate, half environmentally formed. IQ is 60% innate, 40% environmentally formed. Although my colleague Dr. Kaufman can tell you with decades of life that changes. The capacity through which we experience spiritual life, what you just did, the innate seat of transcendent awareness through which we experience a relational spirituality is 1/3 innate. We are born with this capacity to be in dialogue with Spirit, our higher power, God, Hashem, Allah, whatever your word is. And just as we are born to be in relationship to the transcendent, who I call God, we are born to see God, the transcendent, in our love for one another. This is relational spirituality. So while scientists do not define spirituality all told, I will share with you the methods through which we've identified these threads of lived spirituality that are game-changing on the rest of our lives. There's one source by many names, and love of neighbor, that we might love one another in feeling the presence of this sacred divine source. Here's the roadmap. 1/3 innate, 2/3 environmentally formed. Now let's get back to the public square. There's certainly many young people here right now for whom there's a strong spiritual core, who are on a spiritual path, and still, there have never been so many in our country and in fellow post-industrial countries who do not. So I will share with you that I've spoken in the past few months in a number of our fellow countries. In Mexico, I'm going to Germany today. I've been on many beautiful, I love being on Indian podcasts. Love it, love it. Everybody's expressing the same concern. It doesn't matter where I am. That somehow, this country, we exported McDonald's, and we also exported radical materialism, which is to say the only thing that's real is the thing you can touch. And that was somehow confused in the 20th century with science. But science is a lens. It can be pointed at a broad host of questions, including the origin and impact of spirituality on the human life. And so science does not define spirituality, but we do explore the origin and impact of spirituality on a human life. Well, in our empty public square, the 2/3 embrace has never been so absent. And so we now face many young people who have never learned about morality as derived from ultimate source or ultimate reality. Morals are somehow cherry-picked or up for debate, right? Now, while certainly an examined life is a life worth living, examination used to include source, that we know the good. There is a truth to which we all have access and just engaged. Never have so many people never meditated or prayed by the side of a grandparent or parent. And what this has meant is that the atrophy of the spiritual core, with the very sharp increase in the diseases of despair, has been a statistically related, equally sharp decrease in personal spiritual life and family faith observance. So if we can support the spiritual core, as all coming-of-age traditions hold, that with physical coming of age is a spiritual growth, an augmented capacity, an increased spiritual responsibility. Bar and bat mitzvah, the anipi, the sweat lodge, confirmation, every tradition holds this. And strengthen the spiritual core. There is not hope as an aspiration. There is very well scientifically grounded hope as a series of facts that we can reverse the epidemic of despair. A young person, 19, 20, a standard deviation above as compared to below the mean. And the tendency to say, I turn to my higher power for guidance. When I have a tough decision to make, I ask God, Hashem, Allah, Spirit, what am I to do? And receive answers, like we just did in our practice. It is not a belief, it is a dynamic, transcendent relationship. He, she, is at 80% decreased relative risk of addiction. That was published in the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. 80% decreased risk of addiction. Using DSM criteria, drugs, alcohol, gaming addiction, the same addictive mechanism that attaches to drugs and alcohol attaches to behavioral addictions. So if you told me, okay, 70% protected against foolish risk, driving fast, jumping out the second-story window at a party, and in a study of studies, a meta-analysis through which all good studies are rounded up to yield 2,000 tragically completed suicides and 5,000 matched controls who did not take their life. There's a 62% decreased relative risk of completed suicide, the epidemic of our time, the epidemic by which young people are most likely to die. And that goes up to 82% when spiritual life is shared. Because like you are now at your tables, it's so beautiful to see. We see each other as souls on earth. We speak each other into full, lived spiritual existence, spiritual community. So as a mom, as a dad, as a parent, as a grandparent, if someone said, hey, there's this little blue pill, and you can give it to your teens or when your kids go off to college, and they are 4/5 protected against the epidemic of their time. Any parent would walk right into the Walgreens, right? I'd sleep on the wet pavement. I'd be right there in line for that little pill. And yet this is ours. This is who we are. Here is where we've just come and gone. This is 3,000 plus people to have experienced, to meet at this very moment of the study, criteria for PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And I invite you into thinking about the epidemic that is now passing, hopefully, but the past few years. Right? Well, what we see here as you go out the x-axis are amongst all these people with trauma, more and more and more struggle. More sleeplessness, more intrusive memories, more anxiety, more despair, more difficult with connecting with other people. But as we go out the x-axis and see more and more trauma, up the y-axis are units of growth. More trauma, more growth. It's so important. I'm going to come down here. More trauma, more growth. More trauma, more growth. More trauma, more growth. Post-traumatic growth. Until we get so far out, we need support to grow. But we are built such that trauma is a gateway to an awakening of spiritual life, if we engage. Just as witness to miracles and the birth of a child, an unspeakably awesome sunset, sunlight on the water awakens our spiritual heart, so too can suffering. What God do you ask of me now? What spirit are you showing of me now? Whatever language is ours, what is being revealed here now? Through meditation, through prayer, through the transcendent dynamic with which we are endowed. So much is this the case that 75% of vets who've suffered in war report meaningful growth at the same time that they meet criteria for PTSD. This is who we are. We are on a spiritual path. And on the other side, we are not simply brought back to recovery, but it is renewal. We are more than we are before. So where is the docking station of this awareness of which we speak, of which we just practiced? It is here. We published this in JAMA Psychiatry in 2014. These broad and pervasive regions in red are regions of cortical thickness, which, as you know, is processing power. And in particular, in people with a sustained spiritual life over 8 years, people for whom day in and day out, they see one another, they see the challenge, they see the opening as a walk on spiritual landscape, the go-to point of reference. broad and pervasive regions of cortical thickness in the parietal, occipital, and precuneus, which are regions of perception, reflection, and orientation. So I can be in the same family, and I can live on the same block, and I can go to the same job, and it all looks different through the red brain. This is our lens. With 80%, and in science this is very lovely, if another lab found it, so you're working as a field, another lab found not thickness, but thinness in these same regions in people with recurrent major depression. When we sent this in, as all my colleagues will share with you, in science, you send in an article, and two or three people read it blind to who you are, and then they send it back with notes for improvement, clarification, the peer review process. So by the time something's published, it has the good housekeeping seal of the scientific community. Our note back was, that's very interesting. Tell us now about what a red brain today means a year from now. And what we saw was that cortical thickness across these regions of awareness was associated a whole year from now with decreased levels of depression, prospective evidence that sustained spiritual life may be neuroprotective against depression. Now, it's not that we don't suffer, because in this very same group, as these folks are about 38 now, 38, 40, you can see. Well, back when they were 26, they've been followed for 40 years, we said, tell us about you. How important is your spiritual life to you? And back when they were 26, if they said, my spiritual life, whether within or without of a faith tradition, is highly important to me, standard deviation above the mean, they were 2.5 times more likely to have gotten there over the walk of the past 10 years, 16 to 26, through depression. Depression was the gateway for an awakening of their spiritual life. And when we looked at teens around the country, it appears that for many, many people, we know coming of age is a booting up of spiritual awareness. Through science, we chart that as a 50% increase in the heritable contribution in longitudinal twin studies, which means from the inside out comes a surge, an awakening. Bring a biological clock, whether or not anyone told me. I hunger to know my ultimate purpose. Paul, you've brought us here today. Our ultimate, not little p purpose, am I going to go into business or teaching or law, ultimate, big P purpose. And that is who I am on earth and who I am on earth in relation to existence itself. And with the existential hungerings of coming of age, the augmented capacity, the surge, can feel like a half-empty glass of spirituality. But it is different than most forms of depression. It appears to be a developmental depression, which is foundational to laying the most important bearings that last the rest of our lives. So when your teen is depressed, of course assess how they got there. But it appears that 2/3 of the time when we've looked at large samples, and that mirrors what college counselors tell me, 2/3 of the time, we are not looking at a biologically driven depression. We're looking at coming of age, developmental depression. And this is the opportunity of the student's lifetime. What are you showing me now? We are raised exquisitely capably in our K-12 system to find out what we want and go for it. Goals, tactics, strategy. In the book with which I shared with you, that is called Our Achieving Awareness. But achieving awareness, as we just saw in our COVID era, what do I want? How am I going to get it? I've got to get it. I've got to get that job. I've got to get into that school. I've got to get that promotion. I've got to get him to marry me. I've got to. It actually runs a system, the insulin striatum, which my collaborators at Yale Medical School call the addiction network. We have in our air and water, absent spirituality in the public square, a culture that teaches addiction. I've got to have it, the insulin striatum run. We've invited that very same young person to tell us another story. Tell us about a time where instead of got to get that promotion, got to get into UCLA Medical School, got to get her to marry me, there was another story where you felt in deep connection with your higher power, spirit, the universe, God, like we just did in the third chair. Right? And the story changes. And it goes like this. I'm walking down the street. I'm feeling like such a loser. I was just turned down at 7 out of 9 medical schools. I'm never going to be a doctor like my mother and father But then I see light in the leaves, and I know God has a plan for me, and I will be a healer in the way I am intended. Or we were going to get married. He gave me a promise ring. We went out 3 years in college, and then graduation week, he called it off. I felt so ugly. I felt like such a loser. But then, sitting in the childhood pews by my parents and grandparents, I felt this great love. I felt their love. I felt God's love, and I knew, yes, I'll love again. The profound rearrangement of meaning is not running through achieving awareness. It's running through our awakened awareness, an awakening of our natural spiritual capacity to see into the transcendent nature of life. And then goodbye insulin striatum, and what runs in the fMRI is the bonding network. We know that we are loved and held. A shift in the intention network from top down dorsal to bottom up ventral. And many people say, instead of I gotta have it, I never knew. Wow, this whole new yellow door over here. Guided, from dorsal to ventral. Loved and held, guided, and finally the parietal that puts in and out hard boundaries so that, as we say at SMVI, we are a point and we are a wave. We are magnificently, beautifully diverse in our bio-bodysuit and GPS coordinates, and yet we are also white caps on one ocean, part of one wave of spirit or consciousness. God is the superposition of everybody and more. Loved, held, guided, and never alone. When we realize this capacity to be in a deeper relationship with life, life unfolds entirely differently. This is life when we awaken our awareness, when we use our awakened brain. Now, in recap, that's your gift. I'm not asking you to buy it. I gave it to you. Here we are, right? Innately spiritual beings. 1/3 innate, 2/3 environmentally formed. No one matters more than a grandparent. Grandparents ask me all the time. I only see them once a month. That'll do it. That will do it. But what about the upside? What about knowing who we are, thriving? What about the character strengths and virtues that are so well known? Grit, optimism. What about forgiveness, the relational values? So let me invite you to think of a young person who you've known who is full of grit. And now someone with commitment. And now someone with optimism. You've met many wonderful people. How many at the moment were you thinking of? Why is that? Because the character strengths and virtues sort in the same people. Meaning, grit, optimism, gratitude, forgiveness. 5,000 plus college students. If I'm high in meaning, the lucky blue group, the blue group, I'm high in grit. I'm high in optimism. I'm high in gratitude. The blue folks are high in everything, such that the character strengths and virtues might best be seen as a singular entity, character, virtue. We have character, we have virtue. And in our classroom, in our home, we love equally the red folks who struggle because they're low in grit and low in optimism. These character strengths are virtues unto their own, and they supply us with traction to go after our goals, outward success, whatever that might be for us. Well, for 85% of college students in this 5,500 person sample, and when we looked longitudinally, it was replicated, we have as much character, grit, optimism, as we have daily spiritual awareness. 85% of young people have as much character. They stick with things, they're good to other people. If you hire them, they don't steal from you, they come to work, they're nice to their teammates, as they have a strong spiritual core. Right? And so I'll share with you that while the Army has for decades has a positive psychology intervention, they now for the past 2 years, the U.S. Army is putting in a spiritual readiness initiative so that every young soldier or his or her way can have a strong spiritual core. The character strengths are the beautiful, bright pink and purple rhododendrons. Spiritual awareness are the roots. Why? Well, here's the hard work of growing up. Who am I? Who are you? And what's the nature of life? Well, who am I from the center of a public square? I am the one who's in the top 5% of my entire class. I took AP Chemistry, I took AP Calculus, and I am going to a top 20 college. Actually, I am the one who's in the bottom third of my class, and I work really hard, and it just doesn't come together. Who am I? I am number one. I am captain of the fencing team, and I'm also captain of the squash team. I am a tremendously good athlete. Actually, I was cut as a junior from JV. I am my outward parts and pieces. A public square absent a spiritual core is a transactional space. And far too often our relationships, even here in the hallowed halls of academia, can become transactional. But what the Army has done is asked every single commander to become not just transactional in training his or her soldiers, but transformational. Who are we really to one another as souls on earth? Walking each other through this work. Well, who am I? Let's play it both ways. If I'm oh so smart, you know what, I just got into Caltech, and I'm going off to Caltech, and I get there, and I know I'm pretty smart, but suddenly I'm in the bottom third? Who am I? Or I'm a huge champion. I am really strong. I'm the best on the soccer team, and I just made the national team, and I went out there and I played well, but I didn't play well enough, and we just lost to Brazil. I am my performance, and when I don't perform, it is devastating. So I will share with you that performance-driven suicides have accounted for clusters of youths taking their lives outside of Palo Alto High School, in the Rye, New York community. Columbia University had 9 publicly acknowledged suicides in 1 year. Palo Alto now has along the train track where the kids threw themselves, a fence and a full-time guard, because if you can delay someone for 5 minutes from taking his or her life, they won't. On another day, they're very glad to be alive. 85% of people who attempt suicide and survive, 85% on another day are really glad they're alive. So let's tell it another way. Who am I? I am with a spiritual core because of how you look at me, because of how you've mentored me, because of how you've taught me my nature through meditation and values and prayer and community. I'm a soul on earth. I'm a child of God. I'm a being of infinite worth, and it was really disappointing today that I lost for my team in the championship, our soccer tournament to Brazil. It was really disappointing. It was a rough, rough day. But it's not who I am. It is noise on the larger purpose and calling of my path, because being oh so strong or oh so smart, those are endowments, gifts, through which I might carve my purpose, my contribution, my calling, my applied spiritual path. A far more resilient stance, enough to put me up on the blue line as a teenager or a young adult. If I'm a soul on earth, you're a soul on earth. And our relationship is about interest, it's about commitment, it's about love. On a tough day, it becomes about forgiveness. But you are much more than the 96 when I got the 82. Our lives are much more about the narrow competition. In our awakened awareness groups here at Columbia and Barnard, we welcome undergraduates who come and love awakening to each other as souls on earth, who love awakening to each other, speaking to each other's higher self. It's simply a choice of shifting the conversation, moving our awareness, shifting into transcendent awareness. And we need both. At the table of human knowing, we need the head, logic, empiricism. We need the heart, intuition, mystical awareness. We need the skeptic to keep a voice, but not the bouncer at the door. Right? And at that table of human knowing, when we combine our many faculties, we have a highly interconnected brain. A highly interconnected brain that is more innovative, more creative, both at work and in our lives. So here's life with and without a spiritual core. We have Awakened Campus Global coming up in November, and India is at the table, as is Europe, as is North and South America, following Awakened Campus in the US last April. College students and all who love and care for them are eager to apply this roadmap of science to coming of age. we sent out an invitation. We had 500 university leaders show up for Awaken Campus US, provosts, deans, heads of counseling. And now we have people from all our beautiful global community showing up. This is who we are. This is how we're built. I'll leave you with one last thought. The practice we shared was not one generated by the hermetic human, the tightly sealed wrap human, in which the brain, like a machine, generates thoughts, but rather it was a view of who we are as being in dialogue or receiving sacred consciousness. It is an open system. Well, I'll share with you that those very red-brained folks who deepened their spiritual awareness through the path of suffering and developed a strong, spiritually awake brain, they also used their brain in a very compelling way. They gave off the back of their head, posterior high amplitude alpha. High amplitude alpha is also given up if we jump start feeling better with Prozac, SSRIs. But if you take the SSRI away, no more alpha. Coming of age through developmental depression establishes a deep connection at the level, I would say, of consciousness. Certainly we pick it up as a wavelength. Remember, we're an open system. So alpha goes by another name. It's Schumann's resonance, the wavelength from the Earth's crust up 1 mile all the way around the Earth. The spiritually engaged brain vibrates with the resonance of all life, of nature, of creation. We return to our nature, we return to our source. And I can only hope that someday my grandkids will laugh and say, Grandma was so old-fashioned, she measured sacred consciousness by its wavelength. This is yours, your science, given to you with love in your own leadership. Much blessing. We're going to do Q&A.
Yeah, we're
love
going to do
Q&A.
Q&A. Wow, does anybody else feel like hit with a wave of knowledge? It's just me. I feel like I'm processing so much. Yes, you have a question? Oh, incredible. Okay, well, we have tons of eager people ready to ask Dr. Lisa Miller some questions. So the way this is going to work is you raise your hand. We'll walk over, hand you the mic so that the people on our live stream can hear you as well, and we'll take it from there.
Yes.
Thank you. That was an awesome talk.
I'm grateful.
I am not a skeptic, not at all, but I'm going to ask a question which may make me sound like I'm a skeptic. So in the initial part of your talk, you said there was a Pentagon study with 18 to 25-year-olds, if I understood correctly, and the fact that they were in, anxiety, despair, not connected spiritually. I'm just wondering that if your controls also included something with respect to time, like let's say if we were to take a cohort of 500 people or 5,500, whatever number you had, from say after World War II, we don't have that information, I don't think. Would you be able to say that this is really an epidemic now as compared to what it was under very similar circumstances?
Great, thank you. And so the question, as I hear it, is the difference between, is this a developmental effect, we've all passed through a phase of life, or is this a cohort effect? There's something about youth culture today, right? And I would say that the part that is timeless is developmental depression, that there is inherently a surge of spiritual awakening with late adolescence, emerging adulthood, and that often brings developmental depression. But if we look at the rates by like big polls like Pew and Gallup, the rate at which someone says, yes, my personal spirituality is highly important to me, is less than it used to be, and there's far fewer people ascribing to faith traditions. So, in a faith tradition comes packaged a practice of transcendence, a language to call it something, a community to show you how it plays out across our lives, ceremonies, traditions. A lot comes in a faith tradition. And while it may be the case that for some people they're on a journey to find where the slipper fits, the right faith home for them. It simply is the case in the data that it is spirituality with or without religion that's protective, but in making a spiritual adult, there's a tremendous benefit of a faith tradition passed through the generations. And it doesn't matter which one it is. But when the torch is passed from grandparent to child, it is even more protective against the diseases of despair than if it's in one generation or if the child finds it on their own. So there's something about the air and water, the guidance of daily life, who we are, how we look at each other at the table, profoundly informed by a faith tradition. Again, there are people who are spiritual but not religious. They derive great benefit, but here's the study. I have a very treasured colleague, Dr. Sunya Luther. She was once my TA when I was in college, and I always looked up to her. And she went out and she did a study for 10 years looking at children in under-resourced communities and found addiction and depression and suicide and anxiety. And after 10 years, Dr. Luther said, I need a control group. I'm going to go to these highly resourced communities outside San Francisco, outside New York. And to her amazement and that of the field, Dr. Luther found higher rates of anxiety, addiction, depression in highly resourced high schools than in the inner city. And she wanted to know why. And so, being very clever, she went back and looked under the hood. She rounded up students at these highly resourced large high schools and said, tell me, who's really popular here? And everyone knew who was popular. Well, that group of girls, they're very popular, and that boy over there, he's super popular. And then Dr. Luther came back a week later, rounded up new students and said, tell me about this group of girls or that fellow over there. And in this way, determined the truly lived behavioral correlates of social esteem, of the tidal wave, the air and water, the culture. So what might you imagine was the number one predictor in girls of popularity? SMBI knows the answer, so. It was weight. Yes? I'm just going to finish this point, and then thank you. The number one predictor was weight, parts and pieces, transactional. And the number two predictor was interpersonal cruelty to instantiate rank, like Mean Girls. That's the tidal wave. Beautiful souls on earth raised in a tidal wave. And boys, number one predictor of popularity. Thank you. It was in the mix, and yes, it's in the mix. The number one predictor was substance use. Popular boys, as endorsed by their entire school, used drugs. And the number two was not intimacy, but exploitation, racking up people on your, notches on the belt loop. Again, beautiful souls in the tidal wave. So I teamed up with Dr. Luther. I said, okay, we know that spirituality is completely game-changing in our lives. Let's look in these communities. And what might you imagine? Across the United States, 70% of young people say spirituality is important to me. 70%. So in these highly resourced, excellent high schools, they're all on the lists. What might be the rate of personal spiritual life? It was down, yeah. 15%, less than a quarter of the national rate of high school students in top highly resourced high schools, less than a quarter of the national rate. Those 15% were indeed protected against the otherwise elevated rates of addiction, depression, and anxiety. So any parent would say, certainly I wanted to know, how do I get my 3 kids in that 15%? Without exception, their families, their parents, their grandparents were part of faith communities or communities of great consistent contribution, like Doctors Without Borders, Habitat for Humanity. What happened? There was somewhere else, other than the school locker, where they were looked at as a soul on earth, a child of God, a being of infinite worth. And so it didn't matter if my dad just made $10 million and was on the paper or was on the paper for going to jail, because I show up and I'm looked at as a soul on earth, as walking a journey. And life was entirely different because of that. So that's where the Roadmap of Science can change the culture and climate of any school, and we've worked on that and found a way to do it. You're all welcome to Awaken Schools, any organization, any family. And this you probably already knew. but now you can look at all that you did well and smile in the reflection of science. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, yeah. Hi.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. That was very enlightening. Pun intended.
Thank you.
Well, I speak from the experience of social work, both here in the US and in India.
Yes.
And you addressed a large portion of my question right toward the end regarding resources to communities. But consistently, in India and in the US, why are spiritual discourses, resources not as prevalent in economically challenged communities in contrast to, economically and class privileged communities? Like if I should say I go to Silverman College's social work on the other side of Harlem, we see a lot of these conferences happen on this side of Harlem in contrast to that. And what effect at large is that having, the access to resources, to spiritual resources? What is the effect at large because of that?
Thank you. Thank you. I have good news. In the US, in DC, Department of Health and Human Services has an office, a center, for faith-based and community initiatives. And this is an office led by the Reverend Dr. Q. English. She spoke at Awaken Campus, and she is now in collaboration with us at Columbia, the Spirituality Mind Body Institute. And what we're doing is figuring out a way where deeply committed lay members of the faith community, someone who you just know will always be there, someone who leads the initiatives. They could be an elder, they could be someone who is particularly caring for the children in the faith community. There will be a way in which the lay leaders can be certified so that it goes into the official policy bank and receive resources. And we're piloting that now so that lay leaders might be certified in the creation of faith-based community partnerships in all of the ways in which foundationally spiritual support can be brought to the specific pain points in that community. So in a very, I think, overall well-intentioned, vast mental health system, there's tremendous amounts of specific needs that are unseen and unmet. But the faith community sees them and wants to help and is. And this is a way of getting government dollars respectfully into the hands of those who are actually doing the work and further equipping them to make more partnerships and have science and more tools, more models. So if you're interested, please reach out, because this is happening now. We have 2 more years to get it done. Good. Yes, yes. My colleague, my beautiful colleague.
Yes, wonderful talk. Your work is so important in the field of psychology, and it's wonderful to see you in a clinical psychology program. But there's such a dearth of training about the protective factors that spirituality can provide in most clinical psychology programs around the world. Are you familiar with any really well done randomized control trials that have looked at other forms of psychotherapy like CBT and psychoanalytic therapy, and have attempted to create a new form of psychotherapy that directly incorporates these spiritual principles and kind of compare them all to each other in a systematic way? I was just curious.
That's a great question. So there have been a series of small and medium-sized clinical trials where CBT is tested against CBT that is religiously informed by a specific faith tradition, or there have been, or in some cases, interpersonal psychotherapy, IPT spiritually informed. And as you might imagine, where spirituality is present, there is growth in spiritual awareness. And it's very interesting. There is added decrease of symptoms, but they do get better in both conditions. So they get a little more better, and they have spiritual growth. But, you really want to know what I think about randomized trials? I think that consciousness is in and through everybody in the trial. And so we spend all this money. I had a mentor who got a grant for $5 million to test CBT against some form of showing up social support group. And he couldn't believe that after all the data on how helpful CBT is, they came out the same. But it seemed to me, you know, if you think of superposition or consciousness in us through us, or when we're bonded, that there's no place but in a single lab and a single department doing a so-called two-condition clinical trial, the consciousness is washing in and out. And I didn't have the heart to tell him because he was so crestfallen. But that's what I think. So we do open trials, lots of them. Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Miller,
Hello, yes.
I'm very impressed with your presentation.
I'm grateful.
One question is just upon K-12. We have several teachers who we work with in the bottom 35 percentile of socioeconomic, in U.S. like Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina. And those teachers need specific help in classroom management. How would you help me help?
Beautiful, thank you. We, and you are most welcome to join, have an Awakened School Institute. We went around for 3 years. My first book was called The Spiritual Child, and the first thing I found was that when you step in a lobby of a school, you know if it's a spiritually supportive school. And it was true whether it was under-resourced or highly resourced, whether it was religious or non-religious. When you walked in the door, you knew if you were in a spiritual school. And I said, well, how magnificent that these fortunate children get this support. Let's understand it. Can we pan for gold and somehow come up with the DNA of a spiritually supportive school? And so we spent 3 years, and we went to West Philly, to a school founded by the Black Panthers, and Oakland. We went to several highly resourced independent schools. We went to religious schools. We went everywhere. And what we found was that it was not what landed on the desk. It was not the curriculum that created a spiritually supportive school, although 90+% of efforts have landed on the desk. It was an intentional, relational culture and climate. Who are we to one another? Almost like a faith community, whether or not it was a religious school. Who are we? Seeing each other into existence, listening and having visions of the students beyond what they know of themselves. So we distilled 12 drivers that can be implemented in any school. For instance, as we just did, a receptive practice of transcendence. Mindfulness is wonderful to quiet our minds so that we might then cross into spiritual awareness. A language, as comes packaged in religion, of transcendent reality and spiritual values. A point person whose full-time job it is to stand up in front of the school at a faculty meeting and say, I see that we want to throw this student out, but what do our spiritual values really say about who we are to him on his path? Those are 3 examples. A relationship to nature that's one of deep learning and connection, not just beauty, although beauty's great. So these 12 drivers can be implemented, and they're independent of resources. They have nothing to do, right? So.
What about then the separation of church and state?
Yes. Yes, so a foundational notion that spirituality is an innate human capacity and independent of whatever religion someone may be given or not given, went through the Pentagon's legal office of JAG and was ratified. So all over the US Army, which is very publicly funded, there is spiritual support. The Spiritual Readiness Initiative is there to support the soldier physically, mentally, and spiritually, in whatever tradition, pluralism, or outside of any tradition. The 12 drivers of spiritually supportive culture can be applied to any school, any business, any organization. Of course, teachers gave this decades. We harnessed master-teacher experience, and they very generously gave this forward for free, and we give Awakened Schools for free. So it is 8 sessions online, and then we come to your school. And we'd be more than happy to talk about partnering. We've been asked to come to the Aspen Valley and do a whole cluster of schools to shift the conversation about what education can be. Thank you for asking. Awakened Schools, it's online at Teachers College.
Yep, I have a question.
Hi.
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for your insightful talk and the research that you continue to do in this area. I was just wondering, would you want to kind of make a difference between white spirituality and black spirituality? I mean, would you want to say that particularly Euro-American centric spirituality would be different from black spirituality or spirituality from the subalterns? People, I mean, I'm from India, so there are a lot of indigenous people in India, tribals. So like, I mean, you have talked about relational spirituality, of course, but I mean, it's the difference between saying all lives matter and black lives matter. These two things are different. So would you want to make a difference between these two types of spirituality, or would you want to say that it's probably all the same because it comes from the same source? So just want some reactions on that.
Thank you. So there are magnificent, beautiful wisdom traditions, faith traditions, religious traditions all around the world. There is, and there is one spiritual brain and we all have it. So the first thing we know is that religious war is obsolete. There is one spiritual brain and we all have it. Of course, there's human variance. You might compose music and I can just dance. You might do advanced programming and I can run my computer. But there, we all have, just as we have an innate language capacity, we come hardwired with the capacity for spiritual connection and awareness. People have looked at two pieces of evidence to your very interesting and important question. We looked around the world and we figured if 1/3 of our innate spiritual capacity is innate by the time we're 30, clearly then around the world there must be some common phenotypes, some lived human experience that's common. And so we looked in India, China, and the US and found through that constellation the 5 most highly represented faith traditions on earth. And what we saw was whether we're in India, China, or the US, the same 5 phenotypes structurally emerged. Everyone in India, everyone in the US, everyone in China perceives, again, along a bell curve of individual difference, that we are interconnected, one. The parietal. We are magnificently unique. We're in different GPS coordinates, but we are one. Profound. What happens here has everything to do with what happens 2,000 miles away. Everyone perceives that. And again, with individual variance. But every country showed that. Love, second phenotype, is a mutative force. It's not just an emotion, like happiness. Love is a transformative force. Loving your heart is changing something this second somewhere. Oneness, love, of transcendent awareness. That was your table. Ask them if they love you. They were there. An on-ramp, a meditation, prayer, a practice of transcendence. An off-ramp, morality derived from this deep transcendent awareness of love and oneness. Unitive love. Morality derived from that. You are my sister, you are my brother. In the Army, the spiritual core is built to get way upstream of the otherwise downstream harmful behaviors, which are very harmful behaviors, and every institution has. Right? Relational ethics, because you are my brother, you are my sister, I wouldn't dream of harming you. So they're the 4, the on-ramp, the off-ramp of unitive awareness. And the 5th is, of all the phenotypes, the one that most highly correlates to broad and pervasive regions of the red brain, a strength of spiritual awareness, awakened awareness. Any guesses? Close. Altruism, love of neighbor, prayer and action. When we help people, as you're all doing. Service. When we feel the presence of Spirit, God, our highest power, in and through our love for one another, and do something about it. And if I'm stuck and I can't feel anything, just push me out the door, and the act of service can help reawaken the fullness of spirituality. It's the most powerful of the 5 phenotypes. That is common, and 2/3 environmentally formed means it is experienced and nuanced and contoured by a rich range of faith and wisdom traditions, symbol and language and practice. Of course, different practices weigh in on spiritual awareness differently. Andy Newberg has done some nice work on that if you want to follow up the difference between one kind of meditation and another. But the deep component of transcendent awareness is universal, and it's all of ours. Yes.
We're going to take the Q&A until 11:10 about, so that gives us time for about 2 to 3 more questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your lecture. I believe you. And love what you said. Now, how do we implement it? What is the greatest barrier to walking up, not as a collective consciousness group with one of the large organizations that's probably taking what I imagine the sector, if you grouped people into different sectors, the ones who are on the verge of suicide and the ones who are already, thank you, or I was thanking her. And the ones who are either on the verge of suicide and then the ones who are already at the top there. But then you have that whole other group, and you have all of us walking out, and I'm sure we'll all encounter in the next week somebody within that range of going through the adolescent depression that we'd like to say, hey, why don't you get more spiritual today? I mean, how does one open that conversation? What are the greatest barriers? Just to open it, I'm not asking for all the steps to get them enlightened, but just to start the conversation.
Thank you. That's so important. And as you framed deep implicit in your question, it is in fact very often through a relational connection that we can reawaken, right? Very often. So I would say that it's a conversation piece for all of us to share. I can say through the lens of science, in the awakening or reawakening of the spiritual teen or young person. Very often, it is walking the walk and talking the walk. So in an unconditionally loving relationship, walking the walk, doing and acting spiritual values, right? And then explaining what we're doing. I feel God's presence in everyone here. Everyone here could have been my sister or brother in our house. It's all how God arranged it. The running an open, clear voice, so that this is the light, that's the torch, we don't make it, we carry it, and we're letting a young person walk by our side and hold it with us. I can share with you that many young people are hungry. They're so hungry. And they will be fascinated if you are transparent onto your own spiritual path, a time where you felt cut off or lost, when you, if you did, where you may have gone through developmental depression. When we speak openly in the first person about spiritual life, they are riveted, they are hardwired, hungry to know. I'll share with you an example. I had a very spiritually expressive mother, and also a very religious mother. And she would light the Shabbat candles and she'd cry and she'd say, thank you, God, for the children. And we thanked God for everything in the meal and for the sunset. And my father lovingly sat there like this, lovingly present. He's a professor, he's quiet, he's on the back porch reading plays, okay? But when his own mother passed, very, very years ago, I woke up, as I always did. I was 9 years old. It was 4 in the morning when I always woke up. I went down to our living room, and for the first time, I saw my father sitting on the ground. And he chose to tell me what he was feeling. He said, I had a dream last night, and Grandma Ellie, she just passed, was by my side. We were walking down Grand Avenue in Des Moines, Iowa, where he'd grown up. I said, you know, Grandma Ellie loved to dress up in fashionable clothes with beautiful jewelry, but she, in our dream, was in a very everyday, plain gray suit. And there she was, walking by my side, where we'd walked so many times. And I realized she was saying, I am your mother, I will still be your mother, I will walk by your side. So I'm 56, he said that when I was 9, and it moves me to my core. It is also the evidence, despite several empirical articles that our team has published. It's how I know and can perceive that our ancestors walk with us. So when we are open, we form a bond that is far more powerful. He never asked if I got an A or a B. He never wanted to know if I'd won the race, but he shared that. And that's who my father is. So that's where we go, and that is the deepest form of spiritual support and awakening, when we share of our own path. Yes. Our eminent.
Oh, I didn't mean to stop you. Thank you for that magnificent presentation, Dr. Miller. I was just thinking while listening to you that she's going to put me out of my job. Scientists are going to replace swamis and theologians and all.
All hands on deck.
But my question relates with that. It's a difficult question, something that I've been wrestling with, and let me see if I can put it in some words. The simplest way I can put it is, I would like the claims, the metaphysical claims of religion and spirituality to be true. And unfortunately, what you have been saying till now, all of it works. It's really good for humanity. It's good for young people. It's good for everybody. It's really wholesome. It helps us it sustains, life-sustaining. But at the background where you're coming from is science, and this whole academia, it's science. And the scientific worldview would have it that, no, you're just imagining the whole thing. It may work, it may even be good for you, it may be life-sustaining, but really there's no evidence for God or heaven or one consciousness or even transcendence. If you were to talk with Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens or somebody, I'm not recommending that, but if you were, they might say that it works, and your evidence shows that. But the metaphysics behind religion and spirituality, science would strongly oppose that. And I would want that to be true. I would want it to be true that I really do exist in some form after death, and science would say you really don't. I would really want it to be true that I am one with the universe, and science would say that you feel you're one with the universe, but you aren't.
Okay, so skip to the last third of the awakened brain. The first 2/3 is how it does change our lives. The last third is there's a new wave of science.
So exactly. Yeah. So I was thinking, right now you talked about your dad, the worldview that he came with, which made him to be, sort of genial when he listened to your mother, but, also a little stepping back, being more careful about what he will accept and will not accept. So how would you respond to that, do the ontology, the metaphysics of spirituality, of all traditions and modern science, are they coming together?
I am so grateful you asked. It's such an exciting time for exactly the reason you raised, that science now is starting to look at some of the ontological wisdom of our traditions. I'll give you 2 quick studies. One, it's the last third of the awakened brain has these references in it. Actor Hoff, a scientist in Hawaii, invited a traditional healer into the MRI. And way over here, down the hall, and then in another building in some case, was a second MRI with the patient. The traditional healer starts to do his or her work, and a predictable pattern comes up time and time again in the MRI. Within an instant, the same pattern is seen in the patient way down the hall or even in another building. One state of consciousness detected, reflected, tracked by our brain, pumping blood, and followed by those MRIs. So it's one of the studies that's starting to show non-locality of consciousness or superposition of consciousness. That type of study is happening more and more. And founded here at Columbia is the Academy of Post-Material Science, who will be giving some seminars at Awaken Campus on November 29th and 30th online, Awaken Campus. So there's this beautiful science, and I think it's never been the limitation so much of science, because science is a perfectly good lens. The limitation has been in the scientists to be inspired to see the question and then roll out science in its usual method to address a ontological question. And increasingly that is being done. And I'm so grateful you raised that, because the new Oxford University Handbook of Spirituality and Psychology will be coming out in about 6 months, and it is predicated on an open system of human consciousness. So you get one for free, because you already saw the problem.
We are going to take our last question and then wrap it up.
Hi, Dr. Miller. I'm over here.
Hi, yes.
Hi, it's Isabella. I'm a student at SMBI. So the wellness industry in the United States is a tens of billions of dollar industry. If we were to look at the roots of the wellness industry in the United States, it is filled with capitalism, white supremacy, racism, sexism, and ableism. The spiritual performance of what I've experienced as a white, able-bodied woman in spirituality, you know, researching and continuing to be curious, the performative nature of spirituality and wellness is something that I feel really conflicted with because we see so much inaction towards equanimity and racial justice, and maybe I'll have a question, but ultimately seeking some reflection on the hypocrisy that is really rife in spirituality culture and the whiteness that is dominating it. And so, especially for young people looking to create a spiritual life, there's a lot of avenues in which folks can get involved into pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, you know, not believing in science, not believing in things like, you know, with the government. I'm tangenting a little bit. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. What can we do about this?
Thank you. So this challenge is old as the hills. And we have within us a compass that knows what's true. If we look at people, even in the most, I'll give you an example. We looked at children of opiate addicts. And what percentage of opiate addicts would you say spiritual life is important to me? Actively struggling, in pain with opiate addiction. 4%. 96% of people struggle terribly. 4%. But we looked at their children. And the children were not at 70%, but they were at 40%. They were about half the national rate versus 4%. The naturally spiritual child still had a strong sense of spirituality, a spiritual core. And then we looked at them, they were 11, and their parents were addicts, and we said, okay, the intergenerational transmission of addiction is a very well documented fact in science. How's the child doing? Well, the child, whenever available, had turned to the adult in their life with the most healthy, aligned form of spirituality and become concordant. So we're not a blank slate. We have a compass, if you will. And there's selective spiritual seeking socialization. They came concordant and walked with the torch from the healthiest adult in their life. And if they did, they were 90% protected against the otherwise almost fait accompli of addiction, as measured by not picking up alcohol and cigarettes. So my point in that study is when everything was very tough around the child, she or he found the teacher, the mentor, with the healthiest form of spirituality and became concordant with that person. There wasn't one case in our sample where they became concordant and had a increased risk. In every case, they developed a protective benefit. So we're knowers. And I think the challenge you describe of an authentic message, well, we're equipped to know in the resonance of our heart what's true. I think we come with what we need. And I think we always have. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller, for all of the insights, and to everyone who had questions for Dr. Miller that did not get the chance to ask. You will have other great speakers throughout the day to ask similar questions to, and if you want to write them down on the cards on your table, we can always, email them to her. I know she has somewhere to be after this, so we will try our best to get them to her, and we can have maybe a forum or something. So, again, thank you so much. Let's give her another round of applause, you guys. Thank you.
Love sharing with you.
We are really looking forward to the next section, but I do understand that everybody just sat through a long Q&A, listened to really incredible information. So take a second to stretch your legs, get some refreshments, use the restroom. We will be starting pretty promptly in about 8 to 10 minutes.
One. 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 One.
There we go. Delay.
Like I said, it's about, that's what I was saying, it's about 26 seconds.
Okay.
It's a lengthy delay.
It's a lengthy delay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Trey.
One.
You have 22
One.
seconds.
No one realizes how long 30 seconds is until they're waiting.
Yep, yeah, all good. Okay, thank you, Trey. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Michael.
Hi, everyone. We will be starting up in about 2 or 3 minutes now, so if you could just find your way back to your seats. We will be starting again in just 2 or 3 minutes. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. If everyone could find their seats, please. We'll give you all a moment. Right. I hope everyone had a good break, got, some stretches in. So, again, thank you all for being here. We're about to dive into our next segment here. So we just learned about spirituality through the view of science. We had a great session with Dr. Miller, And now we want to kind of shift the gears into spirituality in accessing it through ancient text, right? And we want to, there's ancient texts all over the world, right, that can be viewed as spiritual guides if seen that way. So Dr. Miller did touch on that as well, that doesn't matter where you're from. There's, there's spirituality everywhere. And today we just chose one avenue of that spirituality, and we're actually going to hone in on the Bhagavad Gita. So what is that? What is the Bhagavad Gita? The Bhagavad Gita it's a particular text that hones in on the internal battle between ourselves and the outside world, right? We talked a lot about that internal conflict that we have. So I want to put it into perspective for everyone. I know we're doing a lot of exercises here, so I'm going to ask you all to close your eyes again. Okay? Let's close our eyes, put it into perspective. Now, I want you all to start thinking about a time when you had a personal conflict, a time when you had anxiety, when you had a strong surge of emotions. And think about who you turned to. Was it a friend? Was it a family member? Was it a therapist? Now you can open your eyes. So we've just done some self-reflecting, and the point of that was to just reiterate that we all turn to different avenues when we're feeling a certain way, right? When we're seeking help. And the avenue we're going to expand on again today is the Bhagavad Gita. So in this ancient text, Arjun is seeking advice, he's seeking help from his mentor, his friend, Sri Krishna. And this conversation is taking place on a battlefield, which is a metaphor for those internal battles that we have in our life. And he's getting advice on how to combat that. And the set of speakers we have today for this section are going to talk about the knowing, the serving, the practicing of this spirituality through ancient text. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our speakers if they want, as they start settling up here, and give you an insight onto who they are. So, and they can make their way up here while I do that. So our first speaker in the set will be Swami Sarvapriyanandaji. He is well-known sannyasi and Hindu monk. He based here in New York. Growing up in India, he was very influenced by his spirituality and religion around him, and he graduated with his MBA at Xavier School of Management. But he also had it on his radar to go towards the more spiritual lifestyle. So we found his first goal in life was actually to be a pilot, and his second goal was to find God. His second goal becoming the more realized goal later on in his life. Swamiji is now currently residing at the Harvard Divinity School and is the current head of the Vedanta Society here in New York. And Swamiji will be guiding us on the knowing aspect of spirituality. All right, a round of applause for Swamiji, please.
Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness unto light. Lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Good morning, everybody, or is it good afternoon already? Morning, still morning, okay. Thank you for organizing this, and thank you to the two sisters who are doing such a great job in running and presenting this program. She just mentioned that one of my goals was to be a pilot. It really wasn't. Just like I think every other little boy, I loved aeroplanes. And so I just said it in some interview. Now I can't get rid of it. It's with each retelling of the story, it becomes more and more confirmed that I wanted to be a pilot. I actually did go and fly a plane a couple of years ago. Some of our friends, they said in this country you can actually buy a flying lesson. So they said, Swami, we're going to buy you a flying lesson. You can fulfill your dream of being a pilot. And I went to this little airport in upstate New York. I didn't know it was 9/11. And as we walked into the airport, and I was dressed like this, there was a big poster, don't let your planes fall into the wrong hands. And when the guy at the counter looked at me and he said, this is just the embodiment of wrong hands. You know, this guy. What do you want to do? Fly a plane. Anyway, I got to do that. Our subject today is spirituality and science, and my specific subject today is the central teaching from the Bhagavad Gita, who am I? One of the central insights from the Bhagavad Gita, who am I, who are we? To set it in context, let me just say that there are different ways of being spiritual. There are fundamentally different ways of being spiritual. And this who am I, this quest for our real nature. By the way, when you ask who am I, if this is a spiritual quest, it's already implicit in the question that we really do not know who we are or what we think we are. And that is somehow not the final answer, not the deepest possible answer. There's something deeper, more worthwhile to know about ourselves. That's why you would undertake such a quest. I mean, I love Mark Twain, you know. He says it's not what we do not know that gets us into trouble. It's what we think it just ain't so. That's what gets us into trouble. When Vedanta, when the Bhagavad Gita says, at our deepest level, in reality, we are somehow one with God. We are somehow an absolute reality. It seems crazy. And like, you know, we feel like saying, it just ain't so. But then Vedanta would say, that's exactly what is getting us into trouble. And so we need to do this investigation into who am I? Ken Wilber said that in this day and age, in the 21st century, if religions are going to, you know, attract and keep young people, the next generation, in this day and age, then they need to do three things. Organized religions. They need to do three things. First of all, they need to stop fighting among each other. That's one. Second, what they teach should not be in direct conflict with accepted science. So the words are carefully chosen. So you don't have to, you know, teach science, but what you say in religion, in religious contexts, should not go against what everybody knows to be true scientifically. And third, the religions should not teach, they should be at least in some consonance with modern values regarding race and gender and the environment. Shouldn't say things which are completely contrary to what more and more, especially young people, are holding as values. So these three things, Ken Wilber, he said these are three important things, words of wisdom, I think, for religious leaders. And I do believe what I'm going to say today, this path of spirituality I'm going to speak about from the Bhagavad Gita, this quest for our real self, who we are, that sort of satisfies, I think, at least to my understanding, these three criteria. You can have religious harmony, the teachings can be perfectly acceptable to a scientific temperament, and perfectly in consonance with modern values, cutting-edge thinking on race and gender and the economy and environment and so on. Big words, so let's see. As I said at the beginning, there are different possible approaches to spirituality. There are fundamentally different ways. All of them are valid, but some of them may be in a little bit of trouble in our world today. What do I mean by that? One way of being spiritual, and all of these ways I'm going to talk about, they're all in the Bhagavad Gita. These are all parts of not only the Gita, the fundamental spiritual traditions of all of humanity. You will find these ways. The first one, is very well known to most of us. It's the way of faith. It's a way of belief. And notice in this country, for example, religion and faith are the same words. People ask you, what is your faith? So religion and faith are sort of used interchangeably. But it's very interesting. From an Indian perspective, it need not be so. There are religions, there are spiritual approaches which are not sort of wholly faith-based, which are not belief-based. Definitely one powerful approach is faith-based, that there is God. And how do you know that there is God? Well, the religion tells us, the books tell us that it is so. Our spiritual teachers and our tradition tells us God exists, and you take it as a matter of faith. And I think most religions in the world, especially the religions which people are used to in this part of the world, I mean, increasingly it's different because Buddhism, Hinduism are very much part of the milieu here in America. But in general, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, these are strongly theistic and strongly faith-based approaches, that God exists as a matter of faith. Now, nothing wrong with it. And the Bhagavad Gita also supports it. There are entire sections of the Bhagavad Gita which are devotional, worship-based, faith-based. But in this day and age, the problem is you will run up against science, not the benign, supportive Dr. Lisa Miller type. You'll run up against Richard Dawkins. You'll run up against Daniel Dennett, the new atheists. You'll run up against Sam Harris. And if you look at the debates on, say, YouTube or the published debates between leaders of religion and the new atheists, you'll see almost always the people who are speaking on behalf of religion, whatever religion it is, they come off worse off. They don't do too well against a completely skeptical approach. Okay. The other way, the second way for religion in this spirituality or religion which we find is not faith, but experience-based. And experience-based, I mean, God can be experienced. God, the real self, can be experienced through certain practices, and you get these extraordinary experiences mentioned in the Yoga Sutras, in different mystical tracts. And that's a valid way of being spiritual. But the problem there also is a neuroscientist, again, not the Dr. Lisa Miller type, would say that there's no doubt that you experienced it, but it's just because you have had a stroke in the brain here. There's some blood clot there. That's why you're feeling one with the universe. There was this wonderful talk about a neuroscientist who had a stroke, and she felt one with the universe. It's not that you're one with the universe. Or the old criticism that, mystics throughout the ages have made these claims. And what's the first criticism of such people? Throughout the ages again. They're crazy. They're mad. They're insane. So it could be a modern neuroscientific objection that it's something to do with your brain. It's maybe you're just high. And that's why you feel like that. So experience, nobody doubts your experience. You're experiencing it. But that experience corresponds to something real. It can be doubted. So as against these two approaches, what is the first approach? A faith-based approach. Second approach, a mystical experience, extraordinary experience-based approach. The third approach, which I might call a knowledge approach, an inquiry approach into our experience into our own experience as lived experience, that is a path of spirituality, not so well known, let alone in these parts of the world, even in India. This is a path called Jnana Yoga. The most powerful thing in today's circumstance for this kind of an approach in spirituality is that it talks about our lived experience just now. It doesn't make any demand on you to believe in something, one. It does not ask you to come up with mystical experiences, two. No, just our day-to-day experience. So, okay, just to give a flavor of what I'm talking about, and I'm rushed here for time. I've got somebody who is showing me cue cards. In the 13th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, for example, it's not only place, but for example, Krishna says, idam shariram kaunteya kshetramityabhidhiyate etadyo vetti kshetragyam tam prahu tadvidaha. O Arjuna, consider this body to be a field. Just label it a field. And the one who experiences this body from within, who is the one who experiences the body from within? You, just now. You are aware of your own body. You are the knower of the field. Very innocuous statement, not very, doesn't sound very profound. But there's a very powerful insight here into who or what we truly are. The insight is this. The operating principle is this. If you know something, if you are aware of something, it's an object of your awareness. You are the subject, you are the knower, and that which you know is the object. If you know something, you are not it, because it's an it. Just as I know this table, I can see this table, I am not the table. I can see this cloth, piece of cloth. I don't think I'm the piece of cloth. The problem starts with the body. And with the body, we are ambiguous. When we see this, yeah, it's my body. It's a body, it's a hand, it's flesh, it's blood, it's bones. It, an object. And yet sometimes I say, here I am standing before you. But I'm referring to the body. So Krishna says, the body is as much an object as anything else in the world. You can see the body. You can see it, smell it, taste it, touch it. You can even hear the tummy rumbling when it's close to lunch. So the body is an object of all our senses. All 5 senses objectify the body. You are not the body because it is an object to your awareness. It's a thing. It's an object. And then you go further. The mind, thoughts, feelings, ideas, our likes and dislikes, our memories, all of that, those are also objects. Here it's something radical. Because the thing which we most directly identify with are our minds. We might say my mind, but I really think I am the mind. Most educated, sensitive, thinking people would identify themselves as embodied subjects. Most of the literature in psychology or philosophy talks of ourselves as embodied subjects, as thinking beings. But here, Krishna is pointing to something stunning, something new that we had never considered earlier, that maybe we are not even the mind. On the same principle, if you are aware of something, then you are not it. You're aware of your own thoughts. Even the thought, I am speaking here. I'm aware of the thought, I. So if I'm aware of the thoughts, then I am not the thoughts. If I'm aware of the memories, then I'm not the memories. If I'm aware of my desires, likes and dislikes, my whole personality, and I'm not the personality. So we think of ourselves as persons, but here, in this criterion, if you're aware of your personality as a person, then you're not a person. You're that which is aware of the person. And that really makes sense. I was happy to see that the word person comes from the persona, the root, which means a mask. We think of ourselves as personalities, but it just means masks. You are not a mask. You're maybe the one who puts on the mask, and you're free to take off the mask also. You are independent of the mask. Minds are also part of the personality. You are not the body, you are not the mind. Now it makes sense when Shankaracharya sings in his beautiful 6 stanzas of Nirvana, Nirvana Shatakam. I am not the mind, I am not the intellect, I am not the memory, I am not even the ego. Mano buddhya hankara chittani naham. Then what am I? Chidananda rupaha shivoham shivoham. Those are beautiful Sanskrit words. It just means I am consciousness, I am awareness. Now this translation is problematic because the moment you say consciousness, in consciousness studies, it includes thoughts. If you ask a consciousness studies expert, what do you study? And they'll tell you thoughts, feelings, perceptions, ideas, memories. But now applying Krishna's analytic tool, in every memory, in every thought, in every experience, there are these 2 components. There is awareness and a content of that awareness. Awareness and what that awareness illumines. And Krishna wants to say, essentially we are awareness, in that sense pure awareness. Pure not in the sense of good or bad, pure in the sense of awareness only, consciousness only. And whatever comes in consciousness, whatever we experience is an object. It could be a thought, an object. Could be a feeling, an object. Could be a memory, an object. Could be a body, an object. Could be the world, an object. This consciousness, this awareness, what's the use of all of this? Okay, let me just show you something. It just struck me. What is the nature of this awareness by itself? It is that which illumines. I wanted to show you something. It's like, look at the space here. It just looks like empty space. Look at the space there. This looks like empty space. But notice what happens when I thrust my hand. Look at my hand here. It's just nothing is happening. But when I thrust my hand here, you see, it blazes forth with light. But what has happened here is there is intense light streaming through the space here, but you don't see it until an object comes in there. The moment the light reflects of the object, you have an experience of this. See, there's nothing here, and suddenly you see. And that is a good example for consciousness and object. Consciousness by itself is not manifest. The object, the thought, the bodily experience manifests it. Okay, before I wrap up, time up? Okay. I gave a TED talk once, and it was one of the most intense experience I ever had. 18 minutes, and that was much worse than somebody showing me cue cards gently. There were these big screens with running down in hundredths of a second from 18 to 000, and another running up from 0 to 18, hundredths of a second. I felt like an Olympic athlete racing to finish my talk.
They're serving dinner also today.
So no, I won't put you through that. Let me just add one line about the benefit of all of this. What good does all this do? Notice the awareness and the object of awareness. Every problem and suffering that I endure is in the object. It's the body which is born, the body which ages, the body which gets diseased, and the body which dies. And the claim is the awareness is not born with the birth of the body. And awareness does not age with the aging of the body. Awareness is not diseased with the disease of the body. Even pain in the body is revealed by awareness, because pain is also an object. It's not that the awareness is in pain. The awareness reveals the arising existence and disappearance of pain. This awareness, according to Vedanta, is birthless, is deathless, it is ageless, it is ever free from suffering. From that perspective, it's not that the body and the mind will go away once you realize this. From that perspective, when you engage back in the body, mind, and in the world, you are in a much, much better position, a much more powerful and enabled position to deal with the problems at the level of the body, mind, and society. Okay, we'll take up the rest in questions and answers. Thank you. It was a bit like a TED talk. Thank you. Should go back there.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. Yes, you all get an opportunity to ask Swamiji and the rest of the panel questions. We want to just introduce the next speaker in this set. That would be Shubhani Chaitanyaji. So as she makes her way to the stage, I'd like to tell you a little bit about her. Shubhaniji is currently with the New York City Chinmaya Mission. And for those who may not know, Chinmaya Mission is a Hindu religious and spiritual organization that is engaged in the science of self as expanded by the Vedas. So spending most of her life in New York City, she completed her education at FIT in International Trade and Marketing, and years later followed her true calling to join the Chinmaya Mission as now, received the well-known title as Female Spiritual Lead. Shubhaniji will be following Swamiji and talking about the aspect of serving when it comes to spirituality through the ancient text. So without further ado, please give her a round of applause.
Can you all hear me? Yes. Excellent. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May we learn together, may we grow together, and may we serve together. As Swamiji said, the message of our Bhagavad Gita is that we are all this pure awareness. We are all this consciousness. We are all the Atman, we call. So if you're hungry right now, it's your stomach. It's not the awareness. Now this is so subtle. This message is so subtle that it can't really penetrate any brain, no matter how awakened it is. It needs a specific kind of mind, a specific kind of equipment to understand this knowledge. And so Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, although Arjuna, I've given you this knowledge, still right now your mind isn't ready for it. there's still something more to be done with that mind to make it a fit vessel to really understand who we are. And so in chapter 3 of the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna gives Arjuna the message of Karma Yoga, and that will be my topic for the day. Karma Yoga means knowledge, knowing who we are, but through action. So karma means action, yoga means uniting us to the higher, uniting us to who we are through action. Now, what is this karma yoga and how does this work? So there are 4 steps I'll share with you today of karma yoga. And there's an acronym that I'll give you, so I'll make it easy. The first is act as per your duty, or as per your dharma. Duty means that with every role we have in life, we have a responsibility. So if we are students, we have a responsibility to study, to learn, to understand, to attend, to participate. If we have a role as a parent, we have a duty to take care of our children, to nourish them, and to build a healthy home where they can thrive, hopefully spiritually. So for every single role, there is a responsibility. And if you and I shy away from that, what happens is we don't grow, we don't learn. The Bhagavad Gita says that we are all connected. We have a cosmic connection. That everybody thrives because everyone else is working for it. So when, for example, for this to happen, there's so many people involved. There's the AV equipment, there's the organizers, there's the participants, there's the speakers. And if any one of us stops short of our duty, this won't work. So the first part of Karma Yoga says, act as per your duty, whatever it is. You and I have taken several roles, so act in that role. Because through this role, the cosmic cycle will run and it will grow. The second step of Karma Yoga is not only act as per your role, but act as per your aptitude. So sometimes students are wondering, what do I do in my career? Which field can I go in? Which field can I get into? Where do I work? Well, the Bhagavad Gita says, ask yourself, in what way can I best serve this world? And this is what I should be doing. I studied in the Fashion Institute of Technology. And at that time, I thought that that was what I wanted to do. But after a couple of years, I was like, I'm totally in the wrong place. I just felt that I needed to do something more. And so I left. I took a break, and I said, I just need some time to figure out myself and to figure out what I can do and what I love to do. And when I started learning about this knowledge, I realized that I love to share it. I love to write about it. But more importantly, I just love to think about it. And that just gave me so much fulfillment. And at that time, I wasn't clear. I didn't know where I was going to go, what I was going to do. Nothing was clear in my mind. The only thing that was clear was I was in the wrong place. And so when we act as per our aptitude or our field, we shine and we give the best to the world. Imagine if someone like Einstein, who grew up loving the compass, loving math and science, imagine if he turned out to be a businessman. Not only would he lose out, all of us would lose out. Imagine if someone like J.K. Rowling, who's a writer of Harry Potter, imagine if somebody told her, you need to be a doctor. She would lose out, but we would all also lose out. So the second step is act as per your aptitude, my aptitude, which is also known as swadharma. So the first is act as per your duty, which is the D. The second, aptitude. Is that enough for us to grow? No. The Bhagavad Gita now brings in a C, which means act for the cosmos, act for the community. Because you and I, when we act just for our selfish pursuits, what happens is we get so disturbed. We get so disturbed. We feel greed. We keep on wanting more. We feel angry when we don't get what we want. We feel jealous when other people rise instead of us. We feel proud when we get so much, when we achieve so much. And all of these disturbances or impurities set in our minds. We keep paying attention to little people, little things, little disturbances. But when we act for a greater good, what happens is all of this fades away. Swami Chinmayananda gives us a really brilliant example. He says that when you're about to fly a plane or about to get into a plane and you're in that plane and it's about to take off, everything looks so big, right? The people around look so big, the environment, the other planes, they look so big. But the minute that plane starts rising and taking off in the sky, what happens is everything looks small. People look so tiny. Sometimes we don't even notice them. The rivers and oceans, which are vast, they look so small. So what he says is when our goals are so high, all of this small stuff doesn't matter. 99.9% of the disturbances in our lives are small things. They're small things. And they disturb us because we give them our attention. We put our attention there. Our attention is so much on the lower because we don't have anything greater in our lives that we're doing. But if you and I have such a high goal and we're rising here, there's no time. There's no energy. There's none left of us to look at all of these seemingly disturbing things because they're not there. They're not there when we're so involved in what we do. So the third, which is a C, is act for the cosmos, act for the community, act for something greater, something different, something glorious. The fourth part of Karma Yoga, is that enough? No. The fourth part is a P. So it's an A, there's a D, there's an A, there's a C, and there's a P. The P means act in the present. Because sometimes you and I may have great goals, and we may do something for the larger good, but we might be stressed. And we might be tensed, and things aren't going our way, things are delayed, somebody left, somebody didn't show up, and we're doing something for the United Nations and we're stressed. So the Bhagavad Gita says that's not enough. Act in the present, because you know what? We don't have any control over the future. We don't. We like to think that we have control. But the only thing that's in our control is our effort and our attitude. We have no control of Wi-Fi. We have no control of weather. We have no control of COVID. We don't have any control of anybody's reactions or emotions or responses. We cannot change anybody. The thing that we have control of is our effort and our attitude. So guess what? If you and I just focus, bring every single thing we've got into this moment, here and now, and we give it our all, then what happens? The result is going to mirror the action. In fact, the action is the result itself. When you and I give ourselves in that moment and bring everything to it, we're already feeling fulfilled. We're already feeling joyous. So whatever happens is just a bonus. We're not even waiting for it. We're not even looking forward to it. If it comes, okay. If it doesn't come, okay. Because now is where I feel the most fulfilled. So act in that present moment. And not only that, but lose yourself in it. There's a great joy, a great sense of fulfillment when a painter loses himself or herself in a painting, and when a singer loses themselves in a song. So act so that we lose ourselves and let that ego just dissolve. And in this spirit of Karma Yoga, when you and I act as per our duty, what we're supposed to do, when you and I act as per our aptitude, something that comes so natural with us. And when you and I act for the cosmos, for the community, and in the present, then this is what is called as karma yoga. And through this practice, the mind becomes sublime and becomes so calm and focused and ready to pursue the greatest knowledge of who we are. And this is that message. Okay. Amen.
Thank you so much, Shivani-ji, for those wonderful words on serving. And now the third speaker in this set will be Ms. Sharmila Sani. She is known for her podcast, The Gita Girl. If you have not heard it, please look it up. She has taught students for over 20 years with the main theme of how does spirituality and ancient texts come together. Her first initial focus and interest started by teaching her 2 children. And slowly, that class of 2 turned to 22, and then it grew even beyond that. And like we said, she's been teaching for 20 years. So even so, she's teaching adults now. And she's evolved her teaching to focus on the behavioral changes we can make in our lives. And she'll be joining us here today on this stage to discuss just that. How can we practice? How can we implement everything we've heard today? So without further ado, please give her a round of applause.
Jai Sri Krishna, everyone. Thank you. Just going to give you a brief explanation of what Jai Sri Krishna means. Jai means victory, and Krishna is the consciousness or the guide inside us that is urging us to make the right decisions and the right choices. So when I greet you, or people greet you saying Jai Sri Krishna, it's actually a wish that may you be guided by the consciousness inside you, and may you make the right decisions to achieve victory in your life. So it's a beautiful, incredible wish. So when I say Jai Sri Krishna to you, Jai Sri Krishna, everyone, I'm wishing for you to have a great life with great choices. And when you say Jai Sri Krishna back to me, you're wishing that for me. So Jai Sri Krishna, everyone. Jai Sri Krishna. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so what is the Bhagavad Gita? The Bhagavad Gita is actually a conversation which took place 5,000 years ago between 2 people. We have Arjun, our compelling protagonist, on the one side, and we have Krishna on the other side of the conversation, who is an avatar or an incarnation of God, who has come down on earth at that time to correct the course of the earth. The earth was in great danger, on the brink of being taken over by evil. Sounds familiar? So Lord Krishna, actually God, incarnates himself into this form, human form of Krishna, comes down on earth to restore the balance on earth. And so why did that's what the Bhagavad Gita is. It's a conversation between 2 people. And literally, if you read it, it'll say, Arjun asked, blah, 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 what do I do here? And Krishna says, well, my advice is the first thing you should do is blah, blah, blah. So it's a conversation if you read it. And why? Why did this conversation take place? So Arjun is a superhuman. He's not any human. He is a super strong protector of the downtrodden, upholder of righteousness, slayer of demons. He is protector of truth and justice. And Arjun is facing the biggest battle of his life. He is facing the biggest evil that hopefully he will slay. And he has been preparing for this battle for his whole entire life. Since he was in utero, he was preparing to be this warrior. And even in utero, he was getting lessons from teachers, teaching him how to go about this battle that was inevitable in his life. And so he was prepared, and he was great at his job, super skilled, super badass, and loved what he did.
okay? So he's there, he's on it, he's in it to win it. And so he's in this battle, and he sees the enemy, the battle of his life, but there's one teeny tiny snag. The enemy happens to be mostly his family. His family, the people who taught him, the people who raised him, the people who loved him, the people who clothed him, the people who fed him, the people who nurtured him, had by the time of his adulthood largely migrated to the dark side and become criminals and rapists and murderers and thieves and all the rest of it. Okay, we can read the news and we know what evil looks like. So he faces these enemies. He takes one look at them. The battle was about to begin. The drums were drumming, the conches were being blown, the battle cries had been given. He was about to pick up his weapons and draw that first arrow. And what happens? He takes one look at the people he used to love, that he used to be his favorite, that he used to play with, sleep with, break bread with, eat meals with. And he has a massive anxiety attack. He can't do it. He just can't do it. He starts sweating. It describes all this in great detail in the Bhagavad Gita. Sweating, legs shaking, heart pounding. He feels weak, he feels nervous, he feels anxious, he's confused, he's brain fog, he can't think straight. So he puts down his weapons and he turns to Krishna, who happens to be on the battlefield with him. And he says, I can't fight. He says, two things are happening to me. Number one, I can't physically, look at me, I'm shaking. Physically, I can't even hold up the bow and arrow, let alone shoot it and kill an enemy. Physically, I'm not able to fight. And mentally, I'm filled with doubt and anxiety. I'm crippled. I don't even know whether I'm supposed to fight or not. Think about this. He'd been planning, training for this entire life. But at the time, he lost all intelligence. He lost the ability to decipher what was right, what was wrong. He didn't even know whether he should fight or whether he shouldn't. So has anyone ever felt like this? Crippled by doubt and anxiety? Come on, millennials. Come on, Gen Zers. Yes, yes, we all feel like this. We all have felt like this. Me, usually before I even get out of bed. But yeah, we all feel like this. And I'll give you some examples. Who's ever taken a test or an exam, looked at the paper and gone blank? Like, nope, nothing there, nothing. Hello, is anyone home? No, nothing there. Okay, who's ever been in a sports game or a music recital or something where you're the center of attention or had to go up on stage, public speaking, and think, oh, no, I'm backing away slowly from this. No, this is not from me. And so we all go through these decisions, whether it's picking a college, picking a job. Wait till you have to pick a spouse. Talk about crippling anxiety. So these constant dilemmas. How about you see a friend, young or old, any friend, we all have friends, hopefully, picking on someone, being mean to someone, or gossiping about somebody, or saying something mean. Happened to me the other day, saying something mean, unnecessary, behind their back, or even in front of their face. Do you call out your friend? Do you want to get into that? Or do you leave it and stay silent? What do you do? How about cheating? For the college students, you see a friend and you see them cheating, you know they're cheating. Do you do something or do you stay silent? How about you? You're in a test. You're not sure of the answer and you just happened to, you didn't mean it, you really promised, didn't mean it, but glimpse. You see question A, but you've written down question B and you're like, I know it's question A. Do you change your answer? I don't know. So how about this? Easy. Do you sleep early or do you hit next episode on Netflix? Okay. How about TikTok? That's so good, right? When do you swipe out of that? So all these dilemmas, these constant battles, these constant decisions between what we need to do for our own evolution, what we need to do for our own progress, versus what seems attractive or convenient or easy. Constant battle between the two. So, sorry, my reading glasses are over there. I'm trying not to put them on. Okay, so all these constant decisions, especially now, when we can't even sleep. We don't even know. Before, when I was growing up, the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, their last news was on from 9:30 to 10, and then, do you remember, do you remember that line for the old ones? There was no TV. It was like everybody now either read or go to bed. But now, everything is on 24/7, stimulation 24/7, and not only stimulation from your computer. I've seen people, computer there, TV there, and phone here. I'm like, how are they functioning? How can they even know what to think? How can they even think straight? So we are all now in this sense of semi-overwhelm all the time, overstimulation, overwhelming, sensory overload of what do I do? Who's telling me what to do on Reddit, right? So the Bhagavad Gita is an incredibly small book. There have been very big books written about the Bhagavad Gita, but it's a very small book. In fact, the smallest book in the packets that are in front of you. And it is the instruction manual to life, to how to live your best life, how to evolve spiritually, how to grow stronger, how to be more empowered while going about your daily life. I'm not kidding. You don't have to do anything extra. You don't have to do anything extra than what's asked of you. It's how to use your everyday tasks, walking, talking, speaking, doing, working. I've 10 minutes left, or I'm 10 minutes in? Oh, thank goodness for that. Okay, great. So how to use your everyday tasks as an opportunity to spiritually grow, become stronger, and evolve yourself higher. That is what the Bhagavad Gita teaches us. And how does the Bhagavad Gita do this for us? Okay, back to the conversation. So we have our compelling protagonist, Arjun, and we have God, Krishna. And the battle is starting, okay? And Arjun has clearly breaks into a sweat, clearly cannot fight, okay? But Krishna says, oh my goodness, this kid's got to do what he's got to do here. I'm relying on him to destroy the forces of evil so I can go back, where I belong and, live my great life, on the lake, with the serpent head and, eat my laddus and get on with this. I don't need to get on this. Being on this planet kind of sucks. So I need to leave. So this kid's got to do what he's got to do. But he's having an anxiety attack. So what do I have to do? So Krishna, what he does is he says, okay, I'm going to do? I'm going to stop time. Have you seen the movies where everybody's like, Krishna goes, okay, so we're going to stop time. We're going to stop everything now. Everybody hold your horses. Arjun, get up, man. You're a warrior. Get up, let's have a conversation. So what he does is he gives Arjun an epic 18-chapter therapy session. That's what he does, okay? And he gives him a therapy session in which he's teaching and guiding Arjun and all of us. Luckily someone was there writing it down, because he is guiding us, all of humanity, okay? He's teaching us two basic things. Number one, how to have the optimal mindset, how to think clearly. How do I think? What is the best way for me to keep my mind clear, my intelligence in the front of my mind, not in the back, so I can think clearly? What's the best mindset to have, number one? And number two, with that mindset, now, what is the right course of action? What should I do? How should I go about doing it? Okay? Very simple, two things, that's all he teaches us. So, the Bhagavad Gita is full of profound and practical advice. How to be your best self, achieve your best performance, and live your best life. It's all for our benefit. Okay, none of it is anything other than to help ourselves. Yes, often through helping others, but what's good for us and our actions also happens to benefit the people around us. And the vice versa is also true. What benefits everybody and lifts up society as a whole lifts up us with it, okay? So, it's full of lots and lots and lots of ways to do this. All incredible, profound advice and remarkably practical advice and applicable advice Simple advice. And every single piece of advice works. Guaranteed. It's not just me who's tried it. It's millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people have tried it throughout time, and it all works. And I'll tell you a little secret, okay? You only need one. So much advice in the Bhagavad Gita, 700 verses of it, but you only need to follow one to experience a profound change in your life, to transform your life for the better. So today, I'd like to share with you one of the skills, just one. And it's given near the beginning of the book. Arjun tells Krishna tells Arjun, it's really important that you don't overreact. In any given situation, generally, stop overreacting, okay? I personally did not know that until I started studying the Bhagavad Gita. I was like, what? Overreacting? I shouldn't do that? But that's like my MO. That's like my, whatever, iOS 1.0. That's how I operate. I overreact at everything. My husband and I are like Kermit and Miss Piggy. You know what I mean? He's like calm, singing like, what is the rainbow, that Rainbow Connection? And I'm Miss Piggy. Hi-ya! Like, I'm just like an overreactive mess all the time. I didn't know. I read it in the Gita. I'm like, what? I shouldn't be doing this. So Krishna says the first thing you should do is not overreact and stay calm. And let's do a quick poll here, okay? Let's do a really quick poll. You're stuck in traffic. Who here has ever been stuck in traffic in their life? Okay. And then now with Waze and Google Maps, you can see your ETA, right? That's fun. You can see your ETA like clocking up, right? I'm going to be 10 minutes late, 20. Now it's 25. Now I'm in trouble. Now I'm just like, now is there even a point in me showing up the meeting? Now I'm embarrassed. Now I'm thinking up excuses, right? I'm gripping the wheel, thinking up excuses. Okay, whose fault? Who can I blame this on, right? So we've all been stuck in traffic. So let's take a quick poll here. There's two options. You can get upset, okay? Upset at yourself, self-loathing. I'm such an idiot. I should have left more time. Why didn't I give myself grace period? Damn it, Waze said 30 minutes. I left 25 minutes ago, and now it's 45 minutes. There's a lot of self-loathing. Do I get upset at myself? Upset at the people in the car with me, especially if it's your spouse? Just pick that moment to be really annoying. And upset, roll down the window. You don't do this anymore, right? You do this and roll down the window. You roll down the window and start yelling at people, especially the bozo in the truck who's like, blocking the intersection. You're like, come on. Shall I get out of the car? Like, really? Come on. So do you get upset or do you stay calm? Okay? You have two options. Who are the road ragers? Who are the road ragers? Oh, don't lie. Come on, Uncle Nari. I know you've had road rage. You listen to the mantras. Okay, you've been practicing for a long time. The more mantras you hear. Okay. So no shame in being road rager. I was a road rager before I knew it was wrong. So who stays calm and calls their mother? Come on, it's a good thing to do. Call your mom. Okay, I'll tell you what I've observed from up here. None of you can see this. Road ragers, about 20 people picked up, fessed up, I'm a road rager. Staying calm was one person. So what happened to the rest of the 200 people in between? There's another option.
Inner rage.
Inner rage, yeah, exactly.
I think most people probably fit that.
Yes, inner rage, self-loathing is just as bad as outer rage. Okay, so let's give this as a third option, but backtrack. Actually, it falls to me in the first, road rager, but self-rage. Yeah, fun. I do that a lot. Okay, inner ragers. Okay, more of you. Okay, good. All right, good. I mean, not good, bad. But okay, so in chapter 2, so we know that rage is a part of something we all do all the time, okay? In chapter 2, Lord Krishna says, if the person who is calm in all circumstances, and I'm going to use inverted commas because it's true, he says it in the Gita, becomes fit for immortality. You become fit to be immortal, to be godlike. That's pretty high praise from the immortal himself, don't you think? That's pretty high praise. So Krishna advises us basically to keep calm and carry on. Easier said than done, okay? Because when we're facing a battle, traffic, okay? We're facing the monsters, the trucks and all the bozos who can't drive in front of us, okay? The pressure, the frustration, the inner rage is so much, okay, that we break, we snap, and we overreact. It's a natural tendency. So why bother staying calm? What does that achieve? Can we have a show of hands? Tell me one thing that staying calm achieves. One thing. Anybody? Blood pressure. Yes, it's much better for your blood pressure. Yeah. You can think better. You can call your mother or your sister. Yeah, you can actually have that thought.
My mother raises my blood pressure.
Okay, then what better place to do it than in a car? You know? Me too. Go ahead. You're happier at the end of the day, exactly. And what about overreacting? What is overreacting to? That inner rage, outer rage, what does it do?
Raises your blood pressure.
Yeah, that's not a good thing, all bad. How about shouting at the person next to you? Go ahead, young man. It spreads it. You spread your rage. You spread it to the person next to you. Exactly. So let's see what the Bhagavad Gita has to say about the pros and cons of staying calm versus overreacting. In chapter 2, verse 15, really near the beginning of the book, Lord Krishna says that by overreacting, we are tormenting ourselves. That is a great word. I love the word tormenting ourselves. And we are actually abusing ourselves. And I looked up, because of the Science and Spirituality conference, I looked up what happens during stress response and overreaction. And guess what? The science is there. Our cortisol levels shoot up in stressful situations by 9 times. They're actually 9x. Immediately, without even thinking, without even blinking, you go up 9x. So our blood pressure goes up, cardiovascular issues, weight gain, digestive issues, compromises our immune system, our muscles tighten, tension, headaches. That sounds like fun, right? That sounds like a lot of fun. So that's what we do to ourselves when we overreact. And if we are overreacting all the time, as most of us are, we are doing it constantly. Spike, 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 spike. Think about how much poison we are dumping into ourselves 24/7. Staying up late does the same thing, by the way. I Googled that as well. I was like, it's a big stress response. And it becomes a chronic issue, and then you can't sleep, which leads to other issues. So, fun fact. Okay, so in chapter 2, verse 38, so that's the first thing. Chapter 2, verse 15, we are tormenting, we are abusing ourselves. Chapter 2, verse 38, Lord Krishna says, overreacting leads to sin. That's a rare word in the Gita. We Hindus don't usually think about things in terms of sin. And Krishna doesn't usually subscribe to the concept of sin. Krishna is more about karma. Karma, in one sentence, one brief sentence, means there's an action and a consequence. For every action, there's a consequence, good or bad. Good action, good consequence, bad action, bad consequence. So you reap those consequences either immediately, and if you don't reap that consequence immediately, it goes into a karmic bank account to be reaped in the future. You know, sometimes you're like, that guy is such a I can't believe he has such a beautiful wife, beautiful home, great kids. Karma. Not what he did now, but what he did before. It can't be what he did now, because right now he's But what he did before, he's now reaping it, okay? So that's how karma works. So Lord Krishna uses the harsh words, incurs sin, overreaction. When you overreact, you are incurring sin. He says that because overreaction, who says you lose your capacity to think? Someone says you can think more clearly. Someone else said you can't think straight. Because overreaction means you are losing your intelligence. You're losing your intellect
and the ability to decipher between right and wrong, and therefore you are more likely to take the wrong course of action and do the wrong thing, incurring bad consequences for yourself, either in the moment or in the future. So overreaction is actually an active act of self-sabotage. You are shooting yourself in the foot every time you overreact. And the more you do it, the more that becomes your tendency, and the more you tend to do it. Okay, it becomes a habit. What you practice makes perfect, right? What you practice, you do. Okay, let's talk about now what overreacting does to the people around you. That young man said it, you spread it. Who knows someone, raise your hand if you know someone who overreacts all the time. Okay, and how does it feel to be near them, to be around them? Does it feel fun? No. I have a relative who overreacts, and it is miserable. Everything is a big deal. Everything is wrong. Everybody's wrong. Only they are right. Every time I'm near them, my heart goes, duh, 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 duh. I'm like, oh God. Or I'm going to say hello. Did I use the wrong tone of voice? What am I going to say? And then I end up going, oh, you know, because I can't even speak when I'm around them. I'm so anxious. So what you're doing to the other person when you're overreacting is you're increasing their stress, their cortisol, compromising their health, ruining their intellect and their decisions and their actions because of your overreaction. And think about all those ripple effects that you now are hidden ripple effects that you now are putting into your karmic bank account, because those are the consequences of your overreaction. More fun. So what does staying calm do according to the Bhagavad Gita? Krishna uses the word equanimity a lot in the Gita. Equanimity, equanimity, equanimity. The definition is mental calmness and composure, especially in difficult circumstances. Lord Krishna says, if you have equanimity, you think clearly and can intelligently choose your actions, skillful action. So your performance skyrocket, your actions skyrocket, your karma skyrockets, your bank account skyrockets, your destiny skyrockets. You get the beautiful wife and the beautiful house and the great kids in the future. Or even now. But if not now, definitely in the future. So well done, stay calm, have a nice time. That's the end of my talk, bye. No, I'm kidding. No, that's not the end. That's not the end. I wish it was the end, because my husband keeps saying, look at him. He's like, go, 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 go. I know, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Really 5 more minutes. Okay, so even though it's not so easy, we all know in our heart of hearts that we need to stay calm, even though me in my Miss Piggy-esque phase didn't. I kind of did. But it's not so easy. And even though we know what to do, we don't actually do it. But the Bhagavad Gita not only tells us what to do, Krishna gives us the skill-building techniques to do it, right? Great. So I'm almost done. Sunil is like, you know, giving me dirty looks. Okay, number 1, there are 4 techniques, really quick. Number 1, understand everything passes. As the Bible says in Corinthians, this too shall pass. Everything passes, nothing's permanent. Everything we feel, everything we think, every sensation, everything we experience will pass. Not only that, but the person or situation that is causing that experience, sensation, feeling will also pass. So everything passes. Keep telling yourself, everything will pass, this is not permanent, this is going to change. Sooner or later, it's going to pass. Okay? Great anxiety management technique. Number 2. Krishna says ups and downs in life are inevitable. Despite what you see on TikTok, despite what you see on Facebook and Instagram, nobody's life is perfect. Everybody, Beyonce and Jay-Z, they have their ups and downs. Okay? Who names their kid like Baby Blue or Bluebell or whatever? I don't know. They were having a down. Okay, so yet we get upset at the inevitable downs of life. And we torment ourselves. It is inevitable. There's an up, and we have to have a down. So we condemn ourselves to a life of suffering. If every time there's a down cycle, we're like, oh, what happened? My life isn't going the way it was supposed to. No, it was supposed to go down at one point, and here it is. So deal with it. Don't condemn yourself to a life of suffering every time something goes wrong, okay? And Lord Krishna says that every time we overreact, we disturb our own peace of mind, and without peace, there can be no happiness. Number 3, progress comes little by little through practice, Lord Krishna says.
Practice in the small situations, in traffic. Practice in traffic, so then when you meet the relative who's going to overreact, you can deal with them. And you won't overreact and be sucked into that. So number one, everything passes. Number two, life is full of ups and downs. Expect them. So when they come, you're like, hi, instead of, oh, no. And number three, practice. Practice, practice, practice. Practice staying calm. And number four, meditate. Lord Krishna says our minds are so turbulent that without meditation, they're impossible to control. So when you're in a pressure cooker state, your mind is out of control. You have to meditate in order to be able to bring it back into control. Last piece of advice, Sunil, okay? Lord Krishna says in chapter 6, one of the most beautiful pieces of advice my dad ever gave me. He sat me down, chanted the verse as you're supposed to when you quote from a verse from the Gita, chanted the verse and said to me, Sharmila, this is for you. Lord Krishna says, you are your best self, you are your own best friend, you are your own worst enemy. Practice or don't practice, do or don't do. It's all up to you. The information is there. It's up to you to use it, access it, and evolve higher, or to let yourself sink lower. It's all up to you. Don't blame anyone else. You do the work, practice, and your life will get better. Thank you, everyone. Jai Shri Krishna.
Thank you so much. And I would like to ask all the speakers to just make their way back. We are breaking for lunch very soon, but we know y'all may have a lot of questions for them, so we would like all of them to make their way back up so y'all could ask questions. As they situate themselves, we will have volunteers around to pass the mic. Please try to wait for the mic so that our audience on the live stream can hear you, and we will try to get to everyone. Again, if we don't, please give us your card, and they will be here for lunch as well. So we are going to start the Q&A session. Sorry.
I think we all have mics.
Sit.
Where should I sit? Where do you want me to sit in the middle?
Thank you all for your time. Swami, this question is for you. Okay. Dr. Lisa provided evidence on certain things that ties into this because you asked the question about evidence and putting it together. My question is about consciousness. When someone has a body and they give an organ transplant, the person with an organ transplant then is aware, has that awareness, wow, I suddenly crave fried chicken and macaroni and cheese, and that's odd because I'm a vegan, right? So then you start to say, that's fine, it's those cells had memory, and that memory is what that new consciousness is aware of. Where does your consciousness reside? Because now you can say what Dr. Lisa said, which is this healer who is here was able to heal that person over there, and we know that because of the MRI. So was that consciousness residing in the core heart area, that little piece we're told, or is that consciousness in that other room where the MRI is?
Okay. Can you hear me? Or do I need to have a microphone? No. You can hear me, right? No. At the back, last person in the back. Yes? Okay. Straight answer. From a Vedantic perspective, look at the question. Where does consciousness reside? Why should consciousness reside somewhere? When something resides somewhere, you're saying it's located in time and space. It's an entity by itself. It's in somewhere in space. You know, if you think of yourselves, your experience of a dream, when you dream, there are people, there are places, things happening. Where do you, the dreaming consciousness, in that dream space, where do you reside? Everywhere? Nowhere? Yeah, equally good answers. So, from a Vedantic perspective, consciousness is not located. In fact, location is something that appears in consciousness. That doesn't seem to answer your question, I know, but that's the direct answer to your question.
Am I audible?
Can I read a question?
Yeah, hi.
Sorry, can you I'd like to make a small request to you.
Yes.
You gave a wonderful idea about, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind, I'm not the intellect. I'm something else.
Not my idea.
Okay, fair enough. That's what Vedanta said. Now, I'm trying to propose a change in this. I am the body, I am the mind, I am the intellect, and I'm something more than that. Why can't we become more inclusive? Because this idea actually creates a lot of problems, you know.
Yes.
I'm not the body, I'm not the mind. So
You're
do you
right.
think we could possibly take this change?
Absolutely. I gave you only a part of it, I mean, time limitations. You know, what Krishna does in the next verse, the one verse which I recited from 13th chapter, in the very next verse, he says, I'm not the body, not the mind, I am consciousness. But this consciousness is one and the same in all beings, right? And not only that, it is in this consciousness that minds and bodies appear. They are minds and bodies, and the world are nothing different from this consciousness. See, the ultimate teaching from an Advaitic perspective, the way we interpret the Bhagavad Gita, is non-duality. That nothing is rejected, everything is included. So why do that? What I did just now. Not the body, not the mind, I am pure consciousness. When you're going to establish inclusivity, you said your question was about inclusivity. How do you do that? At the level of the body, if you say, I am the body, in that case, you are different from everybody else. You have just excluded everybody else because bodies are not the same. The bodies are different. There are so many different bodies here. If you say, I am just the person, well, congratulations, you have separated yourself from every other person. The persons are not the same. Whereas what Advaita Vedanta wants to do is, by discovering yourself as pure consciousness, then the door is open to this radical inclusivity which we call non-duality. It's an insight that you find in Advaita Vedanta, but more broadly in Kashmiri Shaivism, in some way in Vishishtadvaita also, in some way in some schools of Mahayana Buddhism, in Tibetan Buddhism, in some schools of Dzogchen, I think, you would find that kind of non-duality. And that provides a basis for a radical inclusivity. Otherwise, your inclusivity will always be in conflict with non-inclusivity. Yeah. So yes, straight answer to your question, I actually mentioned it at the end. After discovering yourself as pure consciousness, do you remain as like a monad, like a star shining in the sky, separated from everybody else and everything else? Have you alienated yourself from the universe, from the body, from the mind? No. You're still, the mind is there, still the body is there, still the feeling of embodiment is there. But as you say, we have discovered ourselves to be something much higher, much deeper, much more fundamental than body-mind. And then you act through the body-mind. That's the message of the Bhagavad Gita. But it's an important point, because the impression I gave, because of limitations of time, is that it's a kind of separating yourself from everybody else. But that separating yourself from everybody else is just the first step. And then you come back again and you include everything else. And in a much more deeper way. It's not possible at the surface. Body level, you can't be inclusive. Mind level, you can't be, you can try. But it would be like a nice virtue which you are practicing. But, philosophically not compatible with inclusivism. Yeah.
Hi. Over here.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I wanted to thank all the speakers. It's a pleasure to get to hear to all your valuable words. My question is directed towards Swami. So these days, science, the theories of science, they're basically measured or valued in their predictive power, and predictions and measurements are generally related to more of the physical aspects of the universe. And there's this story that I've read, I don't know if it's true or not. Apparently, Lord Buddha, in one of his discourses, kind of accurately said the number of times an atom arises and passes, which was measured later by a quantum scientist. So to kind of prove maybe the power of dhyana or meditation, can one go into deep meditation, come up with something which can be ratified by the theoretical aspects of physics, where you can say, okay, then it could add more credibility to meditation from a materialistic physical point of view. Like, is that something that is possible? Like, one goes deep into meditation and comes out with something that can be measured in a lab, and maybe you can say that, okay, this meditation really has an insight or perception into the inner framework of the universe.
Is that a question to me?
Right.
To me?
Yeah.
Straight answer first is that there are sutras in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra which seem to say yes to your question. that you can discover truths about the external world, about the internal world also, through deep contemplation. Now, there might be many objections to that. Oh, just by the way, when you mentioned the Lord Buddha and particles, I don't know if Lord Buddha said it, but there is something in Abhidharma ontology which talks about the impartite, the smallest possible particle in time and space being the basic building blocks of reality, which seems to correspond with some of the discoveries of modern quantum physics. Now, my answer to that would be, that is, to do physics was not the purpose of either yogic meditation or Vedanta. It is the job of physicists to do that. The way to reconcile the two would be that, after all, what is it that physicists, leading cutting-edge physicists, actually do with the data they gather? They meditate upon it. They may not sit and do pranayama and close their eyes, but a continuous, deep focus on a problem, on a research problem. That's basically meditation, holding your attention on a particular. And here I'm quoting no less than von Neumann, who was arguably the most brilliant mind, maybe even more brilliant than Einstein, who lived in the 20th century. There, I was reading in one of his biographical essay on von Neumann, the biographer says they used to call him Johnny. So Johnny was convinced he could crack any problem, scientific problem, by the sheer power of concentration, which seems to bring together the yogic insight that you can get deep insights into reality and the modern scientific approach of gathering data and thinking it through.
Thank you so much, respected speakers. I'm here.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know actually whom this question could be, but probably Shubhani ma'am. You've talked about karma yoga and the different aspects of karma yoga you have talked about. I was just wondering, there are several insights from all the three speakers, and it's very helpful as to how Bhagavad Gita and Advaita Vedanta can be a basis for our spiritual progress. But I was just thinking from the perspective of communities, perspective of structures. So what would you say when talking about duty is the duty of the oppressor towards the oppressed? The duty of the oppressor towards the oppressed. I'll give you a concrete ground to kind of probably answer this. Is in India, we know that Dalits, the outcasts, have been oppressed for thousands of years now. And we know who are responsible, or whoever might be responsible for this oppression for thousands of years. So what could be the message of Advaita Vedanta basing on that, or Bhagavad Gita towards the towards the oppressor, those who continue to oppress the communities, and things have not changed as of now? I'm a Christian. Even in a Christian church, after a person becomes a Christian, for example, his caste bias continues even within Christianity. And this is a problem we face. I'm a pastor from a particular church, and it's there. So how do you address this? What could be the message of Krishna for the oppressor, not the oppressed, the oppressor in that category? Yes.
So if we take it in context of the Bhagavad Gita, right? Clearly Duryodhana was the oppressor. And if we see in that story, actually Lord Krishna tells him to let go of all of his pride, his arrogance, to let go of all of that. So the message for any oppressor is to let go of feeling dominant, Let go of your arrogance. Let go of your pride. Let go of wanting to feel like you're dominating over the world. Because the dharma or the duty of every nation is to create harmony amongst all of its people and to bring everybody up in the best way that it can. So that would be the direct message to the oppressor, to let go of all of the negativity that's within and to look beyond themselves, to stop. The message for Duryodhana is don't look at for your own pride, for your own kingdom, for your own wealth, but look above and beyond you. That there is a greater vision that involves uniting the nation and not dominating over it.
We're only going to have time for one or two more questions. I know everyone is hungry, so we have one over there, and then we'll just wrap up with one more.
Hi. Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Here. Hi. Thank you. So my question is, how can we engage with religious texts such as the Bhagavad Gita while acknowledging the history and the origins of particular religious paths, such as like Hinduism or Buddhism, in a way that doesn't seem like it's advancing some like notions of imperialism or inequality? And that's something that I've been thinking about because, for example, I was raised Catholic, although I don't practice it and I didn't really practice it that much, but like hearing and learning about the Gita, that's something that resonates with me and I'm really attracted by, but I can't help but think of that, like the tensions between like acknowledging the history and the origins. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No? Before I get to that, I'll just make a comment about the earlier question. Just an observance. In relation to Gita and the Dalits, we are sitting in Columbia University, and one of its most proud alumni products was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So we must acknowledge that here, who engaged most powerfully with the reforming the caste oppression. He didn't reform the caste system. He just wanted to pull society out of it. And I think what Ambedkar did was very much in consonance with the idea of oneness of all existence, of all beings, which is an idea that's there in the Bhagavad Gita, actually, but very, very powerfully so. Anyway, it's a big subject, and it's very interesting to research what Dr. Ambedkar thought about Vedanta, and he had some very interesting and surprising observations. All right. How do you respond to, how do you engage with these texts? We are very happily and uniquely placed in this day and age and place here, where we are not confined or we are not forced into the boundaries of particular organized religion, sects and churches. So you are free to be syncretic, to read the texts of different traditions and sort of consider the entire spiritual heritage of humanity to be your heritage. Instead of thinking, I belong to this particular sect or religion and everything else is alien to me or outside, or I might be at best a curious interloper there taking a look. Instead of doing that, all of it is equally available to me, and I can pick and choose and absorb parts of it which resonate with my idea of what is good, what is right, and then put it into practice and learn as we go along. A syncretic approach, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not even recommending it. I'm just saying that it's already a fact. It's a fact if you look around in the world.
So I think that's all the time we have for questions. So I know everybody's hungry. So we thank you so much to our speakers. Let's give them another round of applause, please. They will be sticking around here for lunch, but if everybody could just please grab some lunch. We'll take about half an hour. You can bring it back to your tables, and then in about half an hour, we'll start our next session with Dr. Kaufman and Dr. Wadhwa. So lunch is over there labeled, and we look forward to our next session.
Rather than seek to change roses into lilies, it necessitates a pleasure in the self-actualization of a person who may be quite different from yourself. It even implies an ultimate respect and acknowledgement of the sacredness of each kind of person. How many of you have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Okay. Excellent, excellent. Some of you have seen it, some memes with like Wi-Fi at the bottom or like toilet paper at the bottom, like for during the COVID. Remember you couldn't get toilet paper in the beginning of the COVID pandemic? So the basic idea of Maslow's hierarchy of needs is that you have certain sets of needs that must be met in order for other needs, in order to like unlock other needs. Basically, I just want to say that everything you ever thought about, you knew about Maslow and the hierarchy of needs is wrong. Okay, I'm not even going to continue describing the version you all think is right. Because it turns out, and this is what I discovered as I went through the writings of Maslow, I couldn't find a pyramid anywhere, first of all. I was like, where's the pyramid? No pyramid in any of his writings. And it is actually the writings that he did talk about in self-actualization are much deeper and make it very clear that life is not like a video game. Okay, it's not like you get security needs met to a certain degree, and then some voice from above is like, "Congrats, you've unlocked family." And then he's like, dun, 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 and then you move up to family, and then you get like sexual intimacy, which is on there, and then it's like, "Congrats, you've unlocked confidence." Maybe for some people that is how it works, but no, that's not the way that life works, right? You always are moving back and forth. Life is a two-step forward, one-step dynamic, right? We think that we have reached the next level, and then our mom calls us, right? We're like, nope, didn't reach that next level, you know? So let's be more realistic about how life actually works. And Maslow is very clear that life is not like a video game. I want to just humanize the guy for a second. June 8th, 1970, he was living in Menlo Park, California. He had a heart attack a couple years before in 1968. And his doctor told him that he had to do exercises to rebuild his heart. And he was jogging by the pool, and his wife Bertha was lounging right next door. And he got up. Actually, he was writing a theory. He was writing a whole new theory and a notepad, and the alarm went off saying that he had to do his exercises by the pool because his doctor said, well, he has to strengthen his heart or he could have another heart attack and then it could be fatal. And so the alarm went off, and he was so deeply absorbed in his new theory that he got so upset that the alarm went off, and he's like, fine. So he threw the paper down, he started jogging in place. After a couple minutes, his wife Bertha noticed that he was like walking funny, and she reached out to ask if he was okay, and by the time she got to his side, he was dead at the age of 62 with that notepad sitting there by the pool of his unfinished theory of transcendence, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So when I discovered this, I realized no one had really looked into this. No one really cares about the guy as a human. They just put the stupid memes all over the internet, right? So I was like, oh my gosh, who was this guy? Like, what was this theory of transcendence? What is he? What can I learn from my own teachings about self-actualization and transcendence? And so I bought on Amazon the 2-volume set of his personal diaries. You can actually buy them on Amazon. It was ranked 1 billion on Amazon, so suggesting to me no one else had ever bought that purchase. Okay, I think it was literally the last thing on Amazon you could buy. And I spent about 6 months, and I read every single page of his personal diaries. And I felt such a deep, deep connection. In fact, the book, my book from 2020, Transcend, is dedicated to Abraham Maslow, a dear friend I never met. Because I really do think we can have friends in prior generations. Admittedly, it's not relational. You know, he's not getting much from me, or maybe he is if you believe, you know, in that sort of thing. But nevertheless, I do feel like he was a dear friend, like a dear friend I never met. And so this is the interesting thing. So he had his heart attack, and you have to understand his theory of motivation prior to the first heart attack, not the one where he died, but the first one. His theory of motivation said, you know, that we have certain needs and certain motivations that must be met to a certain degree, but not in sort of a video game fashion, but just in the sense of like, well, if your mortality is really, salient, you're not going to be able to focus on higher needs. But this actually was a different experience that contradicted his theory, because he had his heart attack, and then he noticed after that heart attack that the whole world looked differently. It actually looked more beautiful than he ever had seen it before. And so this puzzled him because it contradicted his whole theory of motivation. So this is a diary entry from March 28th, 1970. He said, that's weird, that I should be enabled to perceive, accept, and enjoy the eternity and preciousness of the non-me world just because I became aware of my own mortality. The being able to enjoy is puzzling. So toward the last 8 months of his life, he was furious to come up with this theory of motivation, this theory of transcendence before he before he would have a heart attack that would kill him. So this is an unpublished essay he wrote. It must be stated that self-actualization is not enough. And this is interesting because everyone equates him with self-actualization as the top of the pyramid. He never drew the pyramid, and he never put self-actualization at the top before he died. Okay, so this is actually from his unpublished essay during the last couple years of his life. He said, it must be stated that self-actualization is not enough. Personal salvation and what is good for the person alone cannot really be understood in isolation. The good of other people must be invoked, as well as the good for oneself. It is quite clear that a purely intrapsychic, individualistic psychology without reference to other people and social conditions is not adequate. Then, just a couple years before he died, he gave one of his last lectures in public. Has anyone ever been to the Unitarian Church in San Francisco? You've actually been there? Yeah. Oh, okay. You raised the hand before I said the San Francisco part. I was like, Unitarian Church, I've been to one of them. No. Okay, so that's cool. I do stand up on the side, by the way. Farther, he did this talk, and here's the interesting thing about the talk, is he was so frail during this talk. He was really sick. I mean, he really thought he was going to have another heart attack that would cause him to die at any moment. That people who were in attendance, and I know some people who were in attendance that day, and they're very old now, but they're still coherent. And they told me, he looked like he was walking through the aisle before his talk, like he had no energy, like he was like going to pass out. And then when he got to the front of the lecture hall, he paused. And you can actually listen to this. The audio recording is on YouTube of this talk. I wish the video recording existed. That would have been so cool to see. But the audio recording still exists. He paused, and then he turned into something completely different. People said that he just completely animated and became alive. And he said, "It is increasingly clear that a philosophical revolution is underway. A comprehensive system is swiftly developing like a fruit tree, beginning to bear fruit on every branch at the same time. Every field of science and human endeavor is being affected. The fully developed and very fortunate human being, working under the best conditions, tends to be motivated by values which transcend oneself. They're not selfish anymore in the old sense of that term. Beauty is not within one's skin, nor is justice or order. One could hardly class these desires as selfish in the sense that my desire for food might be. My satisfaction with achieving or allowing justice is not within my own skin. It is equally outside and inside. Therefore, it has transcended the geographical limitations of the self. Thus, one begins to talk about transhumanistic psychology. So he tried to start a new field in the last gasps of his life, right? So let's return back to this hierarchy, of this pyramid, which we said is not true. And what is a better sort of update on it? So I want to present a revised hierarchy of needs that really does take that spirit that he was going for, but is on a solid scientific foundation. So he really emphasized the distinction between the B realm of human existence and the D realm of human existence. When we're in the D realm of human existence, everything that we see in our life is motivated by our deprivations. D stands for deprivation mode of existence. So if you're chronically hungry, a very serious thing around the world, food insecurity is a very serious issue, and I write about that a lot in my book and how that can really affect our cognitions and everything. But when you're chronically hungry, you're motivated to find the food. Everything and everyone you interact with is a potential avenue to help you eat. If you're chronically lonely, right? Everywhere you're like, please be my friend, which is, by the way, the more needy you come across, the less likely it is for people to want to be your friend. So it's a cycle. I didn't mean that. It's a shame. It's sad. It's not. I'm not trying to be funny. But that's one of the most heartbreaking paradoxes of loneliness. But also the need for respect. So if you're chronically lacking respect, you demand that the world respect me, and you go out there and you pick it, respect me.
But that's the D realm of human existence. But Maslow said if you could enter the B realm, if you could take off the cloudy glasses, put on very clear glasses, and see the world for what it is, not see the world for what it can do for you, right? Not see everything through the lens of helping you with your deprivations and moving it up. But you see everything on its own term. You even see people on their own term, right? Like people exist. People are fascinating if you let them be. Carl Rogers has a beautiful quote. Carl Rogers is a humanistic psychologist who actually went to Teachers College, Columbia. He said something along the lines like, people are as beautiful as sunsets if you allow them. How many of you ever watch a sunset and you're like, oh, that's beautiful, but if I could only move the left-hand corner a little bit up a little bit, change the hue there, it'd be even more beautiful. No, now you're going to do it right now. You know that you can think such thoughts. No, you just whatever it came to your consciousness, you're like, wow, that's beautiful. How often do we treat people like that? And Carl Rogers actually created a whole form of psychotherapy based on unconditional positive regard that does just that. So I think a better model for self-actualization and for human well-being and living well is a sailboat. And the reason why I use a sailboat metaphor instead of the pyramid, and if you notice, in a sneaky way, I still include the pyramid in there, like as an homage to Maslow. But you have the basic boat itself of the hierarchy, which represents security in this model. And of course, if you have too many holes in the boat, you're gonna sink, and your consciousness is gonna be so focused on plugging that boat. Of course. So if your need for and safety is the foundation of this. If your safety is woefully incomplete, that can be very, very serious and catastrophic to the whole system. Need for connection and need for self-esteem. These all lay the foundation for the boat. But even with these three to a satisfactory degree in your life, if you're privileged enough to have such a thing, you're still not going to move anywhere unless you open the sail. Eventually, you're going to have to open that sail if you want to move in the direction, in your most valued direction. And what does that look like when you open the sail? And what's the most growth-oriented way of being once you open that sail? And I would argue that it's a combination of a spirit of exploration and curiosity, love, and I'm going to talk about love in a second. Hopefully I have enough time to talk about love, and purpose. If you are driven by a humanitarian purpose or a purpose outside yourself, you're motivated to give to the world, and you have a spirit of curiosity and exploration, that's going to make it most likely that you'll be able to reach the port wherever you're trying to sail, even despite the winds, the inevitable winds that might come crashing down. The other aspect of a sailboat model is that I want to emphasize that it's not about happiness, it's about the integration, right? It's about how do you take all these different parts of yourself and somehow become, I'm going to switch it up and look over this side now. How do you take all these parts of yourself and somehow, first of all, be comfortable in your own body, be comfortable in your own mind, and move in a direction where you feel like you're a whole unit, right? If you have any one of these needs that are woefully incomplete, especially the security needs, it's hard for that whole system to move in an effortless, smooth manner in a way that just unfolds in a self-actualization sort of way. So the security of the boat is safety, connection, and self-esteem. But growth is really where this, I think, is really what's connected a lot today to this higher purpose. And by the way, there are a lot of intricacies of this model in the sense that the really astute student in this room will notice that I've separated out explicitly the need for connection and the need for love. And someone may be like, well, what's the difference? Can someone tell me what the difference is? I would be in professor mode right now. What's the difference between connection and love? Or the need for connection and the need for love? It's like, don't be shy. Yeah.
Is connection more based on relatability?
Connection is more of a feeling you feel with someone. It's do I share your values? Do you share my values? Do I feel like we're, no one in this room would say you feel a deep connection with everyone, right? That'd be weird. The person who does is we're all scared of that person, right? Like, they're the one of the parties. They're like, you've never even talked to them ever before. They're like, we're best friends forever. And you're like, okay, where's the bathroom? But No, but the point I want to make in this theory is that, the need for connection, while it's very, very important, the need for love is more unconditional, right? So the need for love is something you can love people without even liking them. It's hard to feel connected to someone and not like them, but you can feel love for people and not like them. You can join a need for belonging is a very important need, but a lot of people try to satisfy their need for love through their need for belonging, and it goes woefully incomplete. So for instance, they'll join a political organization, or they'll join something just to be a part of a larger self, and then they feel like, oh wow, I belong. But how relational is that really? In the sense that, yes, you belong, yes, but you belong just as far as you continue to agree with everything that the leader says, right? The second you're like, actually, that sounds a little bit like bullshit, right? The leader's going to be like, you're out, you don't belong anymore, So real unconditional love doesn't look like that. Okay, real unconditional love is one where both people in the relationship can really dissent from each other. They can, with love, they can talk about how they both can grow and be better because of each other. It's not a one-way kind of relationship. The need for exploration is a really important need, and that includes like creativity. And I wish I could had more time. I would talk about all my research on creativity because that's one of my favorite topics. The creative mind, and then don't even get me started. Like if you want to get me started on something like that, I won't shut up about. Be like, oh, do you think like schools are killing creativity, Scott? Then I'm like, let's go, pull up a chair, let's get some wine, and let's go. Schools are killing, everything's killing creativity. I think academic institution is killing creativity. Students aren't allowed to question things. Like there's only one way of doing it. No, we need an environment where people really can have loving, open, respectful, but explorative conversations about lots of different things. So I really see that in the academy as well. Love, which I talked about a little bit already, I started a program, a scientific program to understand what love looks like from this realm, this B realm, which I'm going to talk about. Maslow said that clinical study of healthier people who have been love needs satisfied, this is the paradox I was talking about earlier, shows that although they need less to receive love, they're more able to give love. In this sense, they are more loving people. This is a really fascinating paradox about humans, right? The less you need love, the more actually people want to give you love. It's a fascinating one. I don't claim to fully understand it, by the way, but there's something really deep there that I've been trying to really understand, and I've been trying to measure it scientifically. B-love is this notion, is as Maslow distinguishes between needing love and unneeding love. So remember I talked about the D realm and the B realm? D love is a very needing form of love, but B love for the being of others, is a whole different form of love. So when I was trying to study this scientifically, I said, how do I study B love scientifically? How does one do that? Instead of needing love, B love is admiring. And instead of striving for satiation, B love usually grows rather than disappears. So they have very different flavors. D love and B love have very different flavors. So my entryway to studying this was through the dark side of human nature, because that was what only existed in the psychology literature up until we created this research program. In the personality literature, for the past 20 years, researchers have studied something called the dark triad. How many of you heard of the dark triad of human nature? It includes narcissism. It's all the, narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism are people, do you know people who are constantly scheming all the time? Like, you ever hang out with someone and they just can't, you're like, Johnny, give it a rest for 1 second. You don't need to get something out of someone, right? So that's Machiavellianism. I'm sorry if anyone's name is Johnny in this room. So people who score high on all three of these, there's some dark motherfuckers, let's be honest. Okay, okay. If you score high on all those three, you're narcissist. Okay, so but what would it mean for the opposite, right? So the motto of the psychopath is a quote from Ted Bundy. I think illustrates it well. He said, "Well, what's one less person on the earth anyway?" But the motto of the opposite, the light triad, I believe, is Anne Frank, who still, as the Nazis were coming up, about to apprehend her and kill her, she wrote in her journal, "I still believe in spite of everything that people are truly good at heart." Talk about a contrast between that worldview and the worldview of the psychopath, which is, well, what's one less person on the earth anyway? So these are some of our collaborators for this research project. I wish I could say the Dalai Lama was one of the formal research collaborators, but I really like this picture he has with our actual collaborator, David Yaden, there in the middle. David Yaden is our collaborator. We're all big fans of the Dalai Lama, though. We did this research program to really find out, well, what is the light triad? And unfortunately, and ironically, because the background here is white, you actually don't see the picture, the diagram of the light triad. It's not there. There's a triangle there. That's interesting because of the way it's set up there. But let me just go through the three main components. So the first component of the light triad is Kantianism. Things like, I don't feel overtly comfortable manipulating people. I prefer honesty. I would like to be authentic even if it damages my reputation. Story of my life right there. When I talk to people, I'm rarely thinking about what I want from them. Humanism, valuing the dignity and worth of each individual. So I tend to admire others. I tend to applaud the successes of other people. I tend to treat others as valuable. I enjoy listening to people from all walks of life. Faith in humanity, a belief in the fundamental goodness of humans. I tend to see the best in people. I tend to trust that other people will deal fairly with me. I think people are mostly good. I'm quick to forgive people who've hurt me. By the way, the number one marker of narcissism is I say the second. The first is entitlement, but also is an inability to forgive. So the narcissist will, in their head, think of every debt that someone owes them, throughout their life. And I want to make clear, because the very astute student in the room will be like, well, aren't we all a mix of light and dark traits? Yes, absolutely. To be human is to, sometimes we all have our psychopath days, right? Like, come on, let's be honest. And not you in particular, but let's be honest. Like, I didn't mean to single you out. But, some days we're like, I'm really, life is getting me down, and I'm just going to do this. But, okay. The point here is that we wanted to actually scientifically use a technique called latent class analysis, where you can actually identify the mixture of light and dark personality traits within a person. And you can take our test for free online. Go to selfactualizationtests.com, and we put it in the Star Wars theme. It'll actually tell you if you're more Darth Vader or Yoda, okay? Based on our scientific tests. And so we published this paper. We actually wanted to see, well, what are people mostly good? Really, is Anne Frank right? We actually wanted to scientifically test, is Anne Frank, are people mostly good? And here's some good news, and there's good news and bad news. The good news is that actually only very few people are, pure psychopaths, right? Meaning with the dark subtype, which is like high psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and very, very low levels of the light triad traits. Only 7% of a very large population. But here's the bad news about that. That 7%, they ruin it for everyone, okay? It just takes one person, right? You think Hitler, you think, I won't mention other names in more modern day, I don't want to get into politics. But there are people, it's like, it takes one person, right? And then it's just amazing how it just changes the energy of society. So it still matters, but I think there is some light there. We looked at various professions, and I want to just double click on politics for a second because we found that the dark subtype is more prevalent among U.S. senators. And this is not an objective test. This is not a subjective test. This is actually, it's not like self-report. It's not like we had we actually coded the audio recordings, a representative sample of every single senator speaking, giving speeches, and coded based on each of these virtues, including narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, also transcendence, temperance, justice, humanity, courage, and wisdom. Those are the goodies, you know what I'm saying? Over there, there's I don't love those on the far right. But yeah, and we found that the dark subtype is much more prevalent like senators. And here's another thing that's even scarier. Senators with dark traits are more likely to stay in office, even though they're less likely to get co-sponsorship for their bills. So they're actually terrible politicians. Nobody likes them, but they're good at charisma and all this stuff that gets them reelected. So how do we change that cycle? This is a really important question. I'm very interested in how we change that cycle. And let's back to some good news. It doesn't, psychopaths aren't happy people, okay? They're not happy. They're always complaining. Oh, I haven't killed enough people today. You know, they're always complaining. You're like, Johnny, just relax, okay? There's always another day to kill people. Just relax. Enjoy your bread today. Okay, savor the moment. Okay, but anyway, light triad, and so this shows that it's very clear that if you want to live a life of life satisfaction, cultivating those light triad traits I was talking about, like faith in humanity, Kantianism, like not using people as a means to an end, having faith in humanity and treating people with dignity and respect, all individuals with dignity and respect, regardless of their skin color, regardless of where they come from, every individual with dignity and respect, that's the way to go from a well-being perspective. So I'm really glad you let me talk about that research program. I know I don't have that much more time, but the purpose is another basic need. And it's really, I want to really emphasize that what's not worth doing is not worth doing well, as Abraham Maslow said. So just what I want to say about purpose and having a higher purpose is just having good goals is not the whole purpose of life, right? Or not just having goals, but having the right goals for you. How many of you have heard of growth mindset? Carol Dweck, everyone has heard growth mindset. One study on teachers found that more teachers had heard of growth mindset than had heard of Freud. So everybody heard of growth mindset. Now, I love Carol Dweck. I really appreciate all the research she's doing, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, let's say you have a growth mindset for the wrong goals. And you reach the goal because you used your growth mindset, you learned about your growth mindset, right? You're like, see, look, I got an A in physics. And then you're like, do you even like physics? And they're like, no, I hate it. It's like, okay, then do we want to reward that you used your growth mindset for that end, right? So I think it's actually better to talk about growth motivation than growth mindset, right? It's good to be motivated by things that are going to lead to the most growth-oriented aspects of your being, rather than just apply your growth mindset in some sort of like arbitrary fashion just to prove and get the award. It's so linked to achievements, right? Growth mindset and grit. By the way, I love like Angela Duckworth, the grit lady. She's like, her office was right next door to mine at Penn for 4 years. I love her to death. But all that stuff is tied so much to achievements, right? And I want to tie things a little bit more to being itself and the quality of human existence. So choosing goals that will lead to optimal growth, development, and well-being, and goals that fit your deepest self and deepest values. A big part of all of that is being able to fall in love with a future image of yourself. E. Paul Torrance, the creativity researcher, the great creativity researcher in the 50s, he set out to see who are those that are going to grow up to be the biggest creators in their lifetime. And he found the single variable that outpredicted every other measure he threw at them, including measures of school performance, was the extent to which they fell in love with a future image of themselves. He said life's most energizing and exciting moments occur in those split seconds when our struggling and searching are suddenly transformed into the dazzling aura of the profoundly new, an image of the future. So fit matters, and psychologists have come up with all sorts of measures to help workers in the workplace see where they are in the motivation continuum to make sure that their goals are actually in line with what they want to do. And there are other ways to see whether things are in line. You can see, well, what are your character strengths or signature strengths? And you can find out, there are lots of tools in positive psychology that science has enabled, like viacharacter.org. You can find out what your top 3 character strengths are. Whose top strength is love of learning? Or it's up there. Okay, cool. Whose is bravery? That's always an interesting one to see who raises their hand to that one, because that's correlated with narcissism, whether or not you raise your hand to that one. I'm joking. So which character strengths are most predictive of well-being? It turns out, regardless of what your character strengths are, there are actually a certain number. I did this analysis. I published this in Scientific American, finding there are 3 that if you had to, if you're in a desert island and you lost all sense of self and you're like, I don't know what my strengths are, I'd be like, okay, work on these. Gratitude. By the way, can I tell you some news? I found out there's a high probability I'll be teaching a class with Oprah on gratitude. Now, I find out for sure in the next couple days, so it's going to be incredibly awkward if they do come back and say, no, it's not going to happen now. But the latest email I got from their team was like, she's really excited about this, and we think we're going to do it. So you could sign up for this class on gratitude. Curiosity and hope. So these three I found were most predictive of, we're not done yet, sorry, I forgot, love as well. So these are the most predictive of well-being in life in terms of character strengths. I'll wrap up here. I'll just say that there are all sorts of tests. Like you can go to selfactualizationtest.com or self-actualization tests. I created these tools that really help you understand what your top sources of self-actualization are. All sorts of things like acceptance, authenticity, continued freshness of appreciation, authenticity. Who said equanimity earlier? I was so excited. I believe that was you. Yeah. Krishna said it, right? I was so excited because I am a big fan of equanimity, and I think I'm the only scale that actually includes equanimity in the scientific scale, and I call it equanimity, right? Because others call it, like, some others might look at this as grit, right? But I've argued that, and I've made a case in my book Transcend, that grit is not the same thing as equanimity. Equanimity has much more of there's a warmth. It's a way of being that you have with the world and how you deal with setbacks. Purpose, truth-seeking, humanitarianism, peak experiences. How many of you have ever had experiences in your life where you feel new horizons and possibilities opening up for yourself and others? Excellent, excellent. For the rest of you, good luck. For most of you who've never had a peak experience in your life, my condolences. Okay. Good moral intuition, I can tell deep down right away I've done something wrong. How many of you can just tell right away? Like, you're like, no, that was really not the right thing. Now, it's not saying that you have good morality. It's saying you have good moral intuition. I think in a lot of ways that's more important, right? Because, I mean, both are important. Don't get me wrong. Both are important. But being able to have the inner compass to even know. And then a creative spirit. Having a generally creative spirit touches everything you do. These are characteristics of self-actualizing people in the research we've done. So I just want to finish here by talking about transcendence. And I have a phrase I call healthy transcendence. I like to distinguish healthy transcendence from unhealthy transcendence. And so what do I think unhealthy transcendence is? And I'd love to see what you think. I'd love to hear what you all think about this. I wrote an article on spiritual narcissism because there's an effect in psychology. It's called the I'm enlightened and you're not effect. Okay, and this is the effect what happens when you go like on a silent meditation retreat for the first time, and you come back and suddenly you're like, I need all new friends, because I'm now enlightened. I've learned everything, and Mary needs to go. Okay, and so that's spiritual narcissism. The ego desperately wants to attach itself to anything, and transcendence and spirituality world is a big place where the ego likes to attach itself. Ironically, because some of the most spiritual people will say that they've transcended the ego, and you're like, I'm not so sure about that. Okay, so what is healthy transcendence then? So in my book, Transcend, the book is called Transcend, I define healthy transcendence as an emergent phenomenon resulting from the harmonious integration of one's whole self in the service of cultivating the good society. It's a mouthful. But basically what the point here is that my form of transcendence that I like to think about it is not one that is, it's not vertical, it's horizontal. It's not vertical in the sense I've transcended I'm like up here and above others. It's that I'm horizontally so deeply connected to the world that, as Maslow called it, there's a synergy between self and world. What is good for me is automatically good for the world. My being in the world is good for me and the world at the same time. There's no boundary between self. To me, that is the healthiest form of transcendence. And I'm totally open to push back on this and conversations, etc. I do not have the last word on anything. Oh, they're coming to arrest me, so I better hurry up. It's the horizontal transcendence police out there. Okay, that was corny. That was really corny. Okay, so the unitary continuum, self and world. So my colleagues and I have tried to gradate various self-transcendent experiences on some sort of continuum of separation between self and world. We think there are some experiences it's a matter of degree, not kind. So the kind of like when you take like LSD or something and you're like, I am one, right? Like that's qualitatively different than the flow experience where you feel one with what you're doing. Like, let's say you're reading a book and you feel like you're in flow with the book. It's not quite the same, right? When you're in flow with the book, you're not like, right? But I think it's still, well, Dr. Mill would say similar brain areas, right? Like, we're talking about, it's a difference in degree, not kind. The all experience, my colleague David Yaden, who also did the Light Triad research with me when we were at Penn, he said he calls all the everyday man's, the every person's spiritual experience. He thinks it's the closest thing to seeing God, whether or not you believe in God as a belief, as an experience. It's as close as we can get. And it's something that can unite all of us, regardless of our specific beliefs. So we came together, along with Dr. Keltner, who's also a big he's a big name in the field, Dr. Keltner. And we came up with the All Experience Questionnaire and came up with some of the essential characteristics of the All Experience. I sensed things momentarily slow down as an example of one category. I had the sense of being connected to everything. I felt closely connected to humanity. I perceived something that was much larger than me. I had chills. I tried to understand the magnitude of what I was experiencing, these sort of things. And you can take the All Experience Questionnaire online. I want to end by just saying that Maslow discovered during the end of his life that the most transcendent experiences in his life after he had his mortality situation where he saw how soon he could die at any moment was not the peak experience. But he came up with something, well, he actually adapted this. He called it the plateau experience. Now, he took this from U.A. Azrani, so I want to give credit where credit is due, okay? Has anyone in this room heard of U.A. Azrani? See, okay, there are a lot of Indians in this room, and I have been trying, I've been a huge spearhead of this because I think that, U.A. Azrani should be known more among everyone, including the Indian community. He was such a genius in terms of the way that he thought about states of consciousness that would most lead to transcendence. So what is the plateau experience? So they argued that and I actually have the letters. It's beautiful. The letters back and forth between Maslow and Azrani. I have the letters, and they both were geeking out over this. They would cross things out and send it back, and Azrani was like, no, I think it's more emotional than cognitive, and then Maslow was like, no, I think it's more cognitive. They had such a deep appreciation of each other, and one of the reasons why I was really excited when I was invited to this conference is because Maslow, one of his major aims in the last 4 months of his life was to fully integrate Eastern philosophy with Western philosophy about self-actualization. So to even be able to give this talk today in a way that maybe I can somehow make that go more in that direction makes me happy. So he saw the plateau's experience as very enduring and more cognitive than the peak experience. He said it involves seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary. How many of you have heard of the phrase unitive consciousness? He said unitive consciousness is a core part of the plateau experience. You have the simultaneous perception of the sacred and the ordinary. He says it becomes a witnessing and appreciating, which can, however, a quality of casualness and of lounging about. So it's not like the peak, where you're like, right? But you're actually more tempered about it. And everywhere you go, there's a sort of bittersweetness to it. He says this in his last lecture ever in his life. He said, the death experience makes life more precious and poignant and more vivid, and you're required to appreciate it and hang on to it. With surf, you sense a contrast between your temporary nature and the surf's eternity. The fact that it will always be there was always, and you're witnessing something that's 1,000,000 years old and will be there 1,000,000 years from now. In thinking of the surf, I realize I am mortal and the surf is not. This makes a strong contrast. This is what he's trying to get at with this plateau state of consciousness. And he said that there are transcenders out there, people where peak experiences are important in their lives. They can sacralize everything at will. They can perceive everything under the aspect of eternity. They're more consciously motivated by higher values like truth, beauty, goodness. They transcend the ego more often and more easily. And mystery is attractive and challenging rather than frightening. And they also find it easier to transcend their identity and go beyond self-actualization. So he called them the transcenders. I like to call my students transcenders at the end of the semester. I say, you're all now transcenders. You're not a transcender yet. But 2 of my students in this room just started. But more wholehearted and unconflicted acceptance and expressiveness. And he said transcenders have greater dichotomy transcendence. They're able to transcend things like the mind versus heart, male versus female, lust versus love, good versus evil, national versus global, selfish versus unselfish, kindness versus ruthless, happy versus sad. mystical versus realistic. They're both of these things, not as opposite of each other, as part of a larger whole that we can integrate. So thank you so much, and good luck becoming. Oh. Thank you. And now, up we have the legendary Dr. Wadhwa. I think, right? Yep.
Thank you, Scott. Greetings. That was such a rich blast. That was such a beautiful mix of wisdom and wit, wasn't it? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Actually, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I'm going to just speak. Let's take a moment to just get some more energy, because we might be the spirit, but we're also the body. Yeah, so how about if we rise for a moment? And then I have one of Scott's, Professor Scott's brilliant students, Eleanor, here amongst us. Eleanor, how about if you propose a stretch, and then all of us will just like mimic you? Oh, that's not, you know. Okay, thank you. Okay, Eleanor, you can come up. Yeah, thank you. Pick another person from within your vicinity and invite them to propose a stretch to us. Okay, okay, great. And this way too? Great, thank you. Do you want to pick one last individual to do a final stretch? You're on your toes as well? I see, folks, on your toes. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is it okay if I walk around, Scott?
Do you want me to sit down here?
You're good, you're good. I mean, I like
like on stage
no,
with
no,
you.
it's okay. No, I appreciate it.
I'll witness you.
Yeah. In some ways, the conversation I want to have with you is why and how I got here, you know, to the present moments and to be here in your midst. And I'll start from a very early stage in my life journey. From pretty much whenever I can remember about life, I was very drawn to, like, what happens after death? Where did I come from? What's my connection with a star, you know, out there? I don't feel we are as disconnected as it looks physically. Why is it that these people are meant to be more specially loved? Because apparently they're my blood, they're my family, and that individual there should be loved less? These things didn't make sense to me. And it wasn't clear to me why we weren't spending more time investigating these issues. And then I was around 10 years old, where I feel very blessed that my parents' life itself took a deeper spiritual turn. They were, you know, good people all through their lives, but at that point something deeper as a hunger, I think, arose within them. And I would wake up and I would, sometimes I would be sleeping in the same room as my mom, and as I would wake up, I would, you know, see her sitting in stillness and meditating, and there would be this feeling of she's in some other plane of consciousness, and she would at times be in tears, you know, there would be, I think, tears of devotion, but those tears were really revealing a very joyful pursuit that was happening within her, and I would be just like opening my eyes to the world, waking up in the morning at that time, and just feeling like, I don't know where she is, but wherever she is, I want to go there, you know. So I was very drawn to the mystical traditions, you know, across the world. I was very rebellious towards the more ritualistic aspect of religion. Why is it that I'm meant to use my right hand, you know, in this ritual? Why can't I use my left hand, you know? Do you really think that, like, God would be displeased, you know? And so I would be constantly questioning and rolling my eyes to some of the more, again, overt, outer expressions of religion. You should do this and you shouldn't do that. And I was why? And yet, and I later found something in common with Martin Luther King there, because he was actually, on the one hand, very questioning of the preaching and the pastors of his time, and many of them are saying, like, you know, thou shalt not cause civil unrest, that's not very Christian of you. And he was like, what do you mean that's not very Christian of us? Look what we are doing to each other. And I don't think that Jesus really stood for some of the things that you're saying and some of the kind of societal practices you're really supporting. And so rather than turn away from faith, he went deeper into the faith to see, like, what is it that I'm not really understanding and sensing and learning from today's pastors that actually may be what the true practice of Christianity is. And so for me, in the same way, you know, I was questioning some of the outer forms of the faith that I grew up in, but I was using that more to propel myself to some of the more deeper inner forms of it. And part of that was also rebellion against any religious affiliation. Like, why can it not be that there could be beautiful, illuminated souls coming from any part of the world? So I used to take so much joy when I would discover, for instance, the desert saints in Christianity, or the Kabbalah traditions in Judaism, or Sufism as a movement in Islam. Because I was like, oh, these are my brothers, these are my sisters. You know, we're all part of the same quest for truth-seeking and illumination in our lives. But that was all like an inner quest for me. And on the outside, though, I was like a creature of the world and very much drawn to the conventions of questing for academic and, you know, other forms of success, you know, on the outside. And it led me down these two very parallel paths, the inner and the outer. I was more disciplined in the outer and less disciplined on the inner. I hadn't really institutionalized my own meditation practice, for instance. I got very blessed to fairly early on get access to a path and a teacher, a teaching. In my case, it was Yogananda, Paramahansa Yogananda. He came to the United States in 1920 to set up a way to create more of a broader global dissemination of some of these ancient mystical teachings of Kriya Yoga, and left a lot of writing in a language that I had been trained in more than others, less so in my native language, more so in English. And I was very grateful that I could access esoteric and ancient wisdom in a more accessible form for myself through the tomes and tomes of lessons and lectures and writings that he left behind. Really as a window, really wasn't Yogananda in himself as a human seer, but as a window into ancient truth-seeking from faceless, you know, folks from the past. But I wasn't really getting very steady in my practice. And so that kept going on through my teens, through my 20s. Meanwhile, I've come here now to the United States, I'm 21, I'm getting an MBA and a PhD. I go and join the world of business. I do consulting for a while. I go to Silicon Valley, now in my late 20s, early 30s, and I do a startup. And then I come back to New York, and something is tugging from within me. Like, you know, Chandra, you know, your life isn't what it needs to be. It isn't as rich as it could be. It isn't as fulfilling as it could be. And the decades are flying by. The teens went by. You promised yourself sometime, and the 20s have flown by. And therefore, if you just do the math on it, the 30s will fly by, the 40s will, and before you know it, you'll be dead. So in my early 30s, I decided to hit the pause button a little bit on life. And I was here, I was starting to slow down life a little bit. I felt like academia could be a nice place to actually experience a slowdown, because there's certain more patience and just like, pacedness to just teaching as a career, research as a career, versus the rush of the business world. I was grateful that Columbia gave me a home, allowed me to come in and teach. I was teaching more conventional business fare, like marketing and strategy kinds of classes at the business school. And then during that time, I reconnected with some of the ashrams and some of the monks and nuns and this deeper spiritual teaching, and started my meditation practice. And as some of that took hold, I started to feel this hunger to want to bring these two worlds together. I could no longer allow myself to operate with like, okay, now I'm kind of like dressed for success, and I'm going to go out in the world and do what I'm supposed to, to advance materially for myself and others. And now I'm going to come back, and now I'm going to seek to live this other life. It just didn't make sense to me. So I had some soul-searching conversations with some of my mentors, and I felt in some ways very ill-equipped to actually be in any way bringing these two worlds together by saying, okay, I'm a teacher on the outside, a seeking mystic on the inside. Can I actually bring some of that into my teaching? And I was like, but who am I? I'm like such a early, pilgrim on this journey that like I have so much to do that like I don't have the right to, in fact, teach or talk about some of the stuff. And the people who had taught me are like so lofty in my eyes. But that is where I think my mentors really helped me to understand that, no, that doesn't have to be the case. I think any or all of us can be called, to support, to teach, to inspire, to grow others. I mean, aren't we all as parents, regardless of how imperfect we might be? And so when I allowed myself that license, I started this class at Columbia. It's called Personal Leadership and Success. Now, what I wanted to do there was really offer up as best I could, which is like, hey, folks, join me in this quest to like wake up to a true potential. And I realized, look, I had to draw some boxes. Like I had to create some boundaries in what I could actually talk about versus what I could not talk about. I mean, could I talk about the soul? Could I talk about God? Could I talk about reincarnation? I'm at Columbia Business School. I don't think that'll work. So it was a big lesson for me to like meet people where they are, right? And when you think about it, that's what all the great teachers and prophets have done over the course of history. I mean, whether it's Jesus or Krishna or whoever you pick, I mean, they were very humble and respectful of the consciousness of their time and seeking to first befriend that consciousness, empathize with that kind of consciousness, gain trust in that consciousness, and then seek to challenge and take people inches towards the finish line. Of course, I don't see myself in any way close to those great ones, but we can learn lessons from them. We can gain some insights from them. And you talk so beautifully about your inner circle of friends, Scott, right? You spoke about
my imaginary
friends. Yeah, your imaginary friends, right? And so these are some of those for me, the great saints. And so, but what I've been really humbled into, like I thought I was going into the class with the intention of seeking to like help people figure out the lights, and get them closer to that. And instead, I have learned so much from these students. I've learned so much from these executives I've had the privilege of teaching over the years. And I've realized like how much more I needed to grow and how much more I needed to learn. For example, this notion of reincarnation, I might believe that. And I might be, look, if you don't believe that, I mean, like, you're really sub-optimizing your life because it is like such a powerful tool through which to understand why good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people and, why at the point of death, like at times justice is not done and, all of that, right? And otherwise, what motivation would you have? If you have a lot of power and if you have a lot of wealth and all that, wouldn't you just want to like completely consume yourself with material splendor and just like gratification and all that? Because like there's no like fear or like what will happen to you after death or anything. I mean, so that was the calculus in my mind. And then I found that's not true. There are people who do not believe in reincarnation, but somehow they're still questing to live a very virtual and good and, illuminated and growth-oriented life till their dying breath. Till their dying breath. There's this beautiful book, which was then made into a movie, and it's called The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. And it's a story of this French, very successful socialite. He was the editor of this fashion magazine called Elle. And then he had this thing called locked-in syndrome, where suddenly one day he's driving and he gets this paralytic attack, and that's it. He is basically paralyzed from his neck down, both his limbs. In fact, the only mobility he has is that he can blink one eye. And this man, with the only thing he can do is blink that eye, basically trains himself with this nurse who has to help him figure out how to communicate. Like maybe he wants to in the hospital, like say, turn the television off. I don't really need it on, right? How is he going to say that? Well, they have to read the letters of the alphabet to him, and as they read the letters, he blinks his eye, basically saying that's the right letter, right? And then the next letter, and the next letter, and that's how he can make a word, and that's how he can make a sentence, right? I mean, painfully so. That's his world now. But through that blinking of his eye, that's just that one eye, he ends up writing this book by dictation to the nurse over the course of weeks. And if you read this book, it is a powerful, powerful testament to the capacity in the human condition to just constantly be thriving, constantly be seeking to express its resilient potential, despite all the things that you have had taken away from you. Physically, pretty much everything except the blinking of that eye, right? Because he says in that, he said, like, you have no idea how vibrant my mind is, even though I look like this vegetable from the outside. He said, you have no idea how challenging it is, though, to actually compose the next paragraph, because I have to make sure it's very precise in my mind's eye. I cannot forget any word and where it's placed in the sequence, in the sentence. Because when the nurse comes at her designated hour, can you imagine how much of a challenge it is if I realize I actually was dictating the wrong word? Now, how am I going to communicate to her to cancel that word and start again? He composes this book, right? He comes from a very dark place where he was probably just like willing to just let his life go. But instead, he embraces life. He writes this book. And when, by the way, you know, if you watch that film, if you read the book, you'll see there are moments where his kids are coming over to see him. He cannot hug them. You know, for those of us who have loved ones and who are huggers, I mean, can you imagine the pain that, you know, he must go through? But, you know, he's there, he's looking at them. He can't hug them. But from that very dark place comes this light through him. He writes that book. And then, as soon as the book is published, he passes on. It's as though he had his last hurrah. He wanted to show the triumph of the human spirit. Did you see what I'm saying? Had he read the Gita? I have no evidence that he had. Had he pursued any religion? I have no evidence that he had. Was he a deeply spiritual being? You decide, right? And so I felt incredibly blessed over the last about 15 years as I sought to bring forth what I have experienced and explored for myself, and increasingly and steadily so, as my own spiritual practice got a little bit more regularized in my life, you know, my meditation and what have you. I've just been incredibly blessed to realize that like God is all around us. You know, God is there in everything, in every moment. I was on a flight from New York to Los Angeles a few years ago, and it was not taking off. It wasn't taking off. It was on the tarmac, and it was just like pausing there and getting delayed, and you know, I'm rolling my eyes, and then suddenly at about 9:10 p.m., the pilot just apologetically announces that they're going to have to cancel the flight because the staff there, the pilots and the crew, had reached the limits of how many hours they could actually work that day regulatorily, and they had been waiting for too long, and now they just couldn't fly, and we were like, oh, you know. And then the woman next to me, she says, everything happens for a reason. And I'm like, you know, she's speaking my language. I mean, that is what I do believe, although in the present moment I wasn't practicing. So I'm like, thank you, you know. And then they say, we're going to give you all hotels here, you know, at the airport and all that, because we'll put you on the first flight tomorrow morning. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because it's, you know, driving back to New York at this hour and then driving back again at like 5:30 in the morning, what's the point? You know, it's so late now. So, but we go out, and I find that it's going to be a terribly long line before any of us can actually get a hotel room. And I'm like, this is just not worth it. I do the math, and I said, okay, you know, one thing hasn't happened. The flight hasn't taken off. I'm not getting the hotel room. I'm going to go back to my, you know, my apartment here in New York, and this is just like a waste of time. I reach my apartment back in New York, and I walk in, and there's some funny smell, you know, and I can't figure out what it is, but after a while, you know, you get used to whatever, you know, smell there is around you, and so I just forgot about it. And then I go over to the kitchen, because I want to warm up something to eat, even though it's like around midnight now. And I realized, my God, I left the gas on. That smell was of gas everywhere. Now, I don't know about the other 73 passengers on that airplane, why did this flight get cancelled? Why did they have to pause? But clearly for me, there was a reason for it. And I expect that there was a reason for all the other passengers as well, although I may not know. And the teacher, to remind me and alert me to that, was sitting right next to me on that flight. Does that make sense? So I think for me, what this work in the last 15 odd years has invited me to wake up to is that every experience, every moment, every little gust of wind, every conversation is really the universe talking to you and trying to guide you home, trying to share with you how loved you are, trying to make you just be reminded that we're all little sweet drops of that ocean, and we're meant to ultimately dissolve back into that ocean. And that's what life is. And it doesn't matter if you follow one faith or another, or no faith, or if you're considered by some people in the world as the bad guys. I mean, even this notion of like heroes and villains that we have in society and in life. Isn't it? Like you grow up with these stories, and in the stories you have some people as the villains and some people as the heroes. And it gets so deeply embedded in our consciousness that we, in our adult life too, seem to very quickly put people into those two buckets. Are you for me or are you against me? Which side of like progress are you? Does that make sense? But what if the heroes and villains are basically your own impulses within you? What if this Mahabharata of the Gita is actually not necessarily a documentation of an outer war, which it might be, but of the battles that you and we all go through, because we've got the Arjunas within us, and we've got those bad characters within our own impulses, the good and the bad. Yeah? And when you think of it that way, it has completely reframed for me, how to judge, how to assess, how to look at things. You look at Winston Churchill. I, as part of like how to bring out these ideas and deliver some discussions of this in the classroom, I said I have to look for role models that may be more Americanized or Westernized or a little bit more than just the ones I might have from India. So I studied, and among some of them that I found really inspiring for me were Abraham Lincoln and Eleanor Roosevelt and a few others. And I was looking at Churchill for a while. In India, he's vilified, and perhaps rightfully so, because he was very against the independence of India and was arguably probably the single most important force behind the Bengal famine that happened, which had led to, I think, 1 million+ lives lost. And then I come to the West, and he's loved here. He's thought of as an inspiring hero, of the Second World War. And I was like, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. These guys don't know what else he has done, which they should know. So for a long time, I would get very frustrated about it. But, now if you start thinking about the heroes and villains just being within each of us, you realize that every one of us has that dark side and the lights between us. Your theory, your model, Scott. Yeah.
My model,
Yeah. See, I have to turn to you to inject humor in my conversation. So, thank you. But it has been so liberating for me to actually embrace the positive side of Churchill, much as I would imagine that if he was sitting next to me, I would say, Mr. Churchill, he was seriously wrong about these things about India and about race and what have you. But Mr. Churchill, you also inspire me. You're like an incredible hero. I've been to your Churchill War Museums in London, and oh my heavens, that light inside you is so beautiful. And what you did for so many people in the world by actually standing steady against that demonic kind of practice. So what was happening at that time in the Hitler case was something so gracious and beautiful. Now we might say, but Hitendra, you're talking about Churchill. What about Hitler? Did he have a good side to him? Yeah. Don't even go there. Here's one thing I've been introspecting on that one. See, what did Hitler do? What did he do? At that time, the prevailing consciousness in the world was that there are superior races and there are inferior races. And it is your God-given right, as a superior race to actually, use power to actually rule over and ultimately civilize the inferior races. Does that make sense? And that was kind of like the imperial thing, right? And Africa was, colonized, and parts of Asia and South America. Yeah, does that make sense? I mean, we all know that, right? So what did Hitler do? He took that same idea and turned it on his own self. He said, yes, there are superior races, and it's not merely white European superior races. Actually, it's this, this Germanic kind of Aryan race. That's the super superior race. Because Africa had already been taken over by other parts of Europe. He wanted to be expansionist also. So he said, we are a meta-superior race. And so the same justification they used to actually colonize the whole world, he used to actually destroy or try to destroy Western Europe as well. And at some point, we should wake up to realizing this is what we do. When we take power and we use it and disabuse it, abuse it, we are creating the conditions where others will use it on us. Right? And so I think you said it so very beautifully, right? In response to, I think, one of the questions about, be very cautious about what you do with the power. And the Gita's message is actually, use it in the service of the larger good. Does that make sense? So I'm just offering to you some of the lessons I've learned from, these recent forays of trying to take the mystical core, but projecting it and engaging with the messiness of the world around us, and not seeing some of us as woke and others as not woke. Actually seeing all of life around you and every individual, every experience as your teacher. You take karma. I grew up with the idea that karma is, exactly as you said, that it's like you got more good things happening to you. It must be that you did, you did a lot of good in the past. You got bad things happening to you. It must be that you did a lot of bad in the past. Does that make sense? That's the view of karma. I've completely changed my thinking on karma. You can challenge me if you like. But for me, karma is nothing but like a loving invitation from the divine force out there to say, come back to me, come back to me, come back to me. And what are the conditions I need to give you that will allow you to turn yourself in the right direction? Does that make sense? For some people, those conditions are conditions where something is taken away from them. And for other people, it may be conditions where something is given to them, materially speaking. But if it ultimately, this too shall pass, the more important thing is, what are you doing with what has been given or taken away from you to use it as a catalyst towards taking you deeper on that quest for self-realization? Because that's the only meaning and purpose for everything in life. Continue to selflessly serve and continue to advance your own consciousness towards this full infinite potential. Does that make sense? And so, when you think of it that way, those people who are rejecting the notion of karma because they believe that it tends to give us a way through which to create apathy in society. That what can I do? I'm in this oppressed position because I'm told it's just my karma, and these people in positions of power are trying to justify their stewardship, their kind of better conditions versus my worse conditions. All of that goes away. All of that goes away, right? Because in this view of karma, basically what you're trying to say is keep questing for improving and serving and advancing society, and in resiliently getting to your fullest potential at every stage and for some reason, which perhaps you'll only recognize at some point after death or something, or when you're more illuminated, you have been placed in the present context, in the present situation. Just like in that moment, I couldn't understand why that flight wasn't taking off. And it just wasn't taking off, but I could connect the dots looking backward, as Steve Jobs would say later. Yeah? So that's kind of my core idea that I want to offer to you, that it has for me. Now, let me tell you how much genius I found in my students and executives. There's an executive that I was teaching once, and he is from the Secret Service. And he said, Chandra, let me share a story with you. He said, my wife and I were sitting once in our backyard in Washington, D.C., and this gunman basically rushes in from the hedges and bushes, comes into our backyard, points the gun at us and says, I want one of you to go in and get your valuables. And the other one, stay here, because I'm going to hold you hostage. Get all the money and the jewelry and everything you have. And he said, here I am, I'm like a Secret Service agent. I'm like, trained to kind of do all this powerful stuff. And I was going to figure out like what it is I'm going to do next, make my move, when suddenly my wife just bursts in and she says, I can't believe that you're doing this. I'm really concerned about you because there must be something seriously going wrong in your life. Because, I can imagine like, you must be really in need for money, but you couldn't be proud, right, of holding this gun and coming here and doing this. And my husband and I, we were just going to, sit here and eat some dinner and drink some wine. Why don't you join us? Just put that gun aside. Come sit here, join us. And tell me a little bit about what's going on with you, because I'm really concerned about you. And he said that's what he did. He put his gun down and he sat with us and we had a conversation and of course you can imagine there was pain and heaviness, and one could understand at the end of the day what is motivating him. And he said after the conversation he reached for the gun because he was going to leave. And I said, sir, you can leave, but you cannot take the gun. And he left. And he said, I was like so stunned. And I was looking at my wife like, what did you just do? And he said, the next day, there was a knock on the door. And it is this man. And I come and I watch him. I stiffen up a little bit. And he said, no, sir, I'm not here for the gun. I just wanted to let you know that I am so grateful for what you and your wife did for me yesterday. I just came here to thank you. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Wasn't she just channeling spirit in that moment? Wasn't she like the highest exemplar to me of like mystical power in that moment? Not just she. What about the gunman? What about him? Like, shouldn't we give him a tremendous credit for being humble enough, even when he had power? And he was this much away from having a lot of money, to actually tune in to the higher consciousness that she was bringing to that moment? Shouldn't we be honoring him? Shouldn't we be honoring the Secret Service agent? Put his own ego aside, his title aside, his likely role and what he sees, what he's supposed to do, what his wife is supposed to do, what a gunman is supposed to do. Put all of that aside. As in the moment, a new reality is unfolding in front of him. Does that make sense? So my appeal to all of us in leaving this room, if this is not already how you engage with life, is just to see God everywhere. To see that possibility for us to experience something divine in every moment. Not to in any way separate those moments of purity, those moments of attunement, those moments of stillness from the moment the gunman shows up in our life. Whether it's an argument, whether it's a struggle, whether it's a quick judgment, a frustration you have about somebody not doing something or the world not going in a certain way. Maybe all of those are just like whispers and conversations because, there won't be any parting of the clouds. There won't be like a humanized version of God that just comes down and speaks to us in our language with an auditory signal. It just speaks to us. Spirit is just speaking to us all the time. It is for us to be meaning makers and for us to open ourselves up intuitively from within to receiving that message first in a felt form, perhaps intuitively, ultimately in more rationalized cognitive form, and ultimately put it into action in our own lives as well. So I'm going to pause here. I have a few copies. I apologize I was not able to get one in your package for all of you, but I do have a few copies of my book, Inner Mastery, Outer Impact, which is a way for me to really pay homage to and honor, all the stories I've heard, just like this one, from my executives and students, as well as the stories I picked up from the lives of Mother Teresa or Mahatma Gandhi or Abraham Lincoln, to demonstrate that ultimately ordinary people are just around us doing extraordinary things all the time. And there are steps and stages and things that you can do and I can do to also activate more of that. I have no doubt that many of you already are. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and time to be part of this today. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wadlow. You can stay up here, and Dr. Kaufman, if you'd like to join him, we're going to do a quick Q&A. So again, just raise your hands, and we'll pass around the mic right there. Okay.
Is my mic still on? Yes, it is.
Hello, thank you both. I'd love to ask the two of you this question. Actually, the question sprung from a slide that Dr. Miller had earlier. She had two spheres on the screen, and one sphere was religion, and one sphere spirituality on the left and religion on the right. And being a scientist, I have to think she only covered them even less than a fourth. So there's clearly a huge part of religion that's devoid of spirituality, and there's a equally large part of spirituality that isn't informed by religion. And those of us in the room who understand that spirituality isn't reliant on our rituals that we enjoy, that are attached to our culture or our religion, can you speak about finding the spirituality in each other that has nothing to do with our culture or our religious indoctrination?
I'm really big in separating spiritual experience from religious belief because I think spiritual experiences are things we can all rally around as humans. That unitary continuum I had, those are all experiences. And none of that is to denigrate the value of religious rituals, religious beliefs. Those all have value and evolved for very functional, socially cohesive purposes. But I think there still is great value in separating the universal experiences that you can stick everyone together at a let's see, I'm trying to think of a transcendent a Yo-Yo Ma concert, because I particularly love Yo-Yo Ma. But let's say you stick everyone in from all different kind of religions, we can all have the same goosebumps, right? You don't have to believe in Jesus to have a particular goosebump, you know? So I do see value in that. I'm a yes and kind of guy, you know? I see value in separating, but I also do see the value in religious practices. I'm not a staunch atheist like my friend Sam Harris, but I see a yes and there. Yeah. That makes sense. I sound like you now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think that I mean, let me propose one maybe add-on thought to to build on yours, which is, I mean, one way I like to think about it is, like spirit is really one. There are infinite outer expressions of it. And so from that vantage point, to me, spirituality is going to the one. And religion, when done right, not when done wrong, right? When religion is truly informed, with that, egoless striving and quest to be really, coming from spirit, then it is a beautiful outer expression of spirit. There is a reason why we get inspired sometimes to go to certain religious places or engage in certain religious customs and forms. So this thing that I was telling you about, where early in my life I used to be very cynical, that's true. But on the other hand, I have over time, realized the power and value and appreciate that, all of us ultimately are embodied physical beings. And from that vantage point, there are certain physical structures and scaffoldings and rituals and celebrations that have taken infinitely diverse forms across the great faiths. And, we can be true to our own, but at the same time be respectful and appreciative and celebratory of the others, as long as they're coming from the right place of intentions, right? So.
It's a great question. I just wanted to say that was a great question.
Hi. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your wisdom and your work. It's genuinely inspiring, and I am feeling excited to integrate all of this and bring it into the world. I actually had 3 questions for Dr. Kaufman, but I know there are other people who want to ask important questions, so maybe I'll just ask one. Okay. Okay, yeah, if there's time.
I'm so curious what they are, though.
Yeah.
Say all 3, and then let me choose which one I want to answer.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of your work, and just really appreciate what you've done to revive the wisdom of these humanists by bringing a scientific lens to their ideas. And I think that was what was lacking at the time.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's very consistent with what Dr. Wadhwa shared about just seeing the best in every person, seeing the potential for goodness in every human being, which
We're
is
on the same
what-
wavelength.
definitely on the same wavelength. So I'll tell you my questions. I'll try and summarize them. So the first relates to the dark triad and the light triad, because I read one of your articles, I think it was the 2019 one, a while ago, and I remember looking at the character strengths that the dark triad was correlated with, and some of them were not so surprising, like bravery, as you mentioned just
did mention
now.
that, yeah.
Yeah, and leadership was another one, charisma, which we talked
Power,
about. Yeah.
Money,
Mhm.
lots of indiscriminate sex.
But the one that did surprise me on the VIA survey was spirituality. And I wondered.
Yes, you're right. Oh my God, so astute.
Thank you.
That's exactly, you're right. We've been
Yeah.
puzzling over that for years. Oh my
Yeah. So that's what I was wondering about, because when you mentioned spiritual narcissism, I wondered if it was related to that specific aspect of the dark triad.
Yes.
So that was question one.
I love that question.
Okay, and then question two was just in the process of coming up with the qualities that compose the light triad, I'm curious about what your approach was. Did you just look at qualities that were antithetical to the dark triad? For example, Kantianism with Machiavellianism, you can see that they're clearly opposites. Or did you look for qualities that kind of went above and beyond? It kind of made me think of the idea that wellness is more than the absence of illness. And similarly, I think good is more than just the absence of evil or the opposite of evil. So I was curious about that process. And then the last question that I had relates to self-transcendence and self-actualization, because I know that was something that Maslow kind of wrestled with, the paradox, just the recognition that people who have high levels of self-actualization are also people who are very capable of self-transcendence. And this might be limited, but my understanding of self-actualization has always been very much about kind of this humanistic idea of realizing your full potential,
Yes.
tapping into the goodness that's inherent within every human being. Yeah. Sorry, my mind back a little
Those are
bit.
great
Okay.
questions.
Anyway, the question was, yeah. So I've always thought of self-actualization as being very much about building up the self in a way, and I guess self-transcendence, I've always associated it with more Eastern concepts of dissolving or wearing away the sense of the self. So when you introduced the unitary continuum, I was just wondering where self-transcendence and self-actualization would fit onto that.
Let me, these are wonderful questions. I want you to be in my class this semester, so we can just nerd out about this stuff all semester. But sorry, where did you come from? What just happened? I'm trying to keep three things in my working memory here. Don't add more stuff. Okay. Oy vey Zamir. Okay. Maslow has just a beautiful writing about this, and I feel so, in this moment, I feel such a deep connection to Maslow and to Eastern philosophy. I'm feeling very emotional right now. I'm feeling like this is a very special event for me to be at, based on how much I've deeply gone in the writings of all these things. And so it can be, writing a book can be a very personal thing, and you don't talk to anyone about it, you don't get a chance to. So when someone asks you a question at that level of nerdiness, it's extremely touching. Maslow has this beautiful sentence towards the end of his life. He says, "I think the function of self-actualization is to erase itself." He said, "I think when done right, self-actualization only serves as a bridge to transcendence." And I think that's the best way to answer that question, And I've always loved that sentence, and I think it was one of his unpublished things. Like, I've read so many things in his unpublished works that just grabbed me, and I've been quoting them, but people don't get a chance to read that stuff. So yeah, I think it's beautiful what he wrote. We did find a positive correlation between the light triad and spirituality, as well as the dark triad and spirituality. So then that raises an interesting question. Which I think once you look beyond the superficiality of that correlation, it's kind of a no-duh, because narcissists rate themselves as higher than everyone else on everything positive. So it's not a really big, it's not rocket science why narcissists in particular, and if you break it down, it really are the narcissists who are rating themselves high in spirituality. It's not a backwards compatible thing. It's not like saying all people into spirituality are narcissists just because people who are narcissists tend to rate themselves higher in spirituality. It's not backwards compatible like that, thank God. Thank God, listen to me, listen to me. But yeah, I think that correlation kind of explains itself, is that if you saw all the positive measures on our whole thing, they're like, oh yeah, I'm better than everyone else in that, I'm better than else in that. And so you stick something else positive in front of them, like spirituality, they're like, I'm the most spiritual, of course I am. In fact, there's a form of narcissism called communal narcissism that we have found, where there are people who write on surveys that they're the best at helping others. You know, like they're like, I and only me will save the earth, and I'll be the savior complex. You know, so there is a linkage there between these things, and you have to be very careful of a lot of people who might fall prey to that by latching their ego onto their spiritual pursuits, because that any of us, I think, could fall for that. And then for the middle question, we measured the light triad, or we created the items. We did look at all the items of the dark triad, but the full scales, so like hundreds and hundreds of items. And then we created a bank of about 200 light triad candidate items. But then we let science take over, or maybe it's science through the channel of God, who knows? But the results that were revealed to us through factor analysis, statistical techniques, was that there are these three factors. Now, we were so happy we found that, because first of all, that's like, well, that makes good publicity to say light triad. Like if it was two, it would have been light dyad. Is that as sexy as a light triad? Why? I don't know, something about the triad that's sexy. So we found it actually fell out perfectly fine. I found that funny. Did you find that funny? Yeah, good. Yeah, it wouldn't be as funny. It wouldn't be as good, sexy. I mean, if it was light dyad. But yeah, so we found that those three factors fell out. We found a couple items that might have suggested the hints of a fourth factor, which had to do with self-esteem, which was interesting, but we felt it was too close to like the self-esteem literature. But these three seemed unique. But we don't claim to have decided all that's good for humanity. It's not like these three are the only three. It's not my three commandments, but it's like we think these three things, if there are more of them in the world, especially in politics, like the world would be better. Does that make, yeah, cool. All right, I think I answered her 3 questions.
3 questions, triads. Triads are very, central. In
what is it about triads?
Spiritual life, right? Like the Holy Trinity.
The Holy Trinity, yeah.
And then Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Indian.
Aesthetically, it's better. Like there's something about, like if there were just two, if it wasn't the Father, Son, it was just Father, Son. You'd be like, I don't know. It's not as transcendent as the Holy Ghost. You can stick the Holy Ghost in there. You got to have the Holy Ghost in there, Yeah.
Hello. I had actually a similar question, number 2, which was, I saw all the, like when you're talking about all the dark triad and light triad traits, they all seemed like behaviors except for faith in humanity. And that seemed like an
odd worldview. Oh yeah.
Right. It seemed like a belief, like a non-concrete. And how does that, I guess now the question was like, how did that happen? Yeah. But why, I guess the question is why keep that if like, does it have an implication for belief, or how can a belief have such a profound impact on, like, what is a light? Yeah.
Well, that question is profound. The question, what impact could a belief possibly have on the world? Okay.
Like an internal.
If you think about human history, you think of things that have been done in the name of belief, right? The psychopathic way of... I watched a Netflix documentary last night, so this is just fresh in my mind, about these husband and wife cult leaders who they decided... They just decided that everyone in their family was either like evil or good, and they decided that the ones that they felt were evil, they just killed them, And did anyone watch this Netflix documentary? It's on right now, Netflix. This couple, and just the hubris in them at the trial. That what they did was righteous. They killed their autistic son. The son was that really broke my heart because I'm a little bit on the autism spectrum, so that really upset me. The whole thing upset me. It's not like I was like, fair enough, the other family member. No, it all upset me. But But they're like, oh, this autistic kid stammering, like that was an indication of evil, and we're getting words from Jesus that this is evil, so we need to kill and they killed him. Just the things that are done in the name of belief. I do fundamentally believe that the light triad worldview about humans will lead to a more net good in the world than the alternative. I guess I do believe that, and the science shows that now. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I guess it sounds like it's seeing everybody as special, so you can't oppress them.
Everyone worthy of inherent dignity and worth.
Okay.
That's the belief itself. And the opposite belief is the Ted Bundy belief. He is quoted as saying in his in the Netflix documentary, they're like, Ted Bundy, why did you kill all these people? He's like, well, come on, one less person on the earth anyway. So that belief really matters. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
So we only have time for about 2 more questions. So we're going to finish up right
I
here.
think we had a question over here. Did you have a
we do.
question?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, cool.
Hi. So obviously very disturbing to see and hear those things about the U.S. senators.
I know.
And I know that spirituality and politics are difficult conversations to have or think about how those things can relate to each other and how we can, as a society, really, create action towards serious change and really challenging the structures so much so that they aren't even those structures anymore. So I just wanted to hear some reflections about how the systems and the structures that we live in can be seen as inherently not very spiritual and ultimately very harmful in a lot of ways. And thinking about this inherent worthiness and goodness of all people might be hard to apply that to somebody like Donald Trump, for example, and other U.S. senators. So, and that's very challenging, right? So just wanted to possibly hear some reflections from either of you about really integrating this conversation of spirituality and politics.
Thank you. I definitely want to hear what you have to say about this. I want to say that in terms of structures, there are a lot of religious and spiritual structures that do horrible things too. So I don't think just the protection of them calling themselves spiritual religious saves them, from being. So, but I love your question, and I would love to hear what you think. Do you want to? You're going to beat me up later for putting you on the spot?
Look, first of all, thank you for what you stand for and what you're doing. I can see in your line of questions, both this and prior, that you're obviously feeling very deep feelings about the need to dismantle, an old order and to reassemble the world into a more beautiful place. And for that, we need not just you, but many, many of you. Yeah. I do think that in some ways the most important thing for us right now is to, in that quest to really challenge and change, to really strive to become the best versions of ourselves, the best versions of ourselves, the best version of ourselves, And if you take that story that I just shared as an example, right, as a metaphor, like that Secret Service agent's wife, right? She could easily in that moment have just gone in and capitulated, right? And just brought the cash out and given it to him and saved their lives, right? She could have been bitter about it. She could have been unforgiving to this person about it. She could have gone after him and called the police and, there's so many things she could have done. How did she develop that wisdom and the capacity to bring about that kind of change, right? And that's what I mean, that sometimes we feel like actually the problems all lie there. But we undercalculate our own capacity through growing and changing ourselves to a full potential to actually manifest so much goodness around us and so much change around us. You take Gandhi as an example. How is it that with his training and teaching and all that, we actually get a moment in the 20th century, which was a pretty bloody century by itself, right? To actually foist a dominant foreign power to voluntarily kind of give up, right? Its privileges and its wealth and all of that it was continuing to get every year from India, and to say, you know what, decency means that we have to just stop this now and we have to move on. How did he do it? Like, how did he do it, you know? He had to do a lot of inner work. And then he had to help people around him do a lot of inner work to convince themselves that actually civil disobedience done peacefully, even though history is replete only with a French Revolution and a Russian Revolution and, you know, and an American Revolution, all of which were bloody. You know, he had this one gentleman once who came over to him as a student of history, and he said, Mr. Gandhi, I really admire you for your knowledge of the scriptures, but you clearly don't know anything about history. And Gandhi looked at him and said, why? He said, because if you knew anything about history, you would know that like something like what you're talking about has never been done. You know, it just cannot be done. And Gandhi looked at him and said, my son, it is you who don't know anything about history. Because if you study history, you will know that sometimes something is done which has never been done before. Right? And so be a path breaker. Do not only be limited by the formulas of the past. See, it is easy to stand in opposition to someone that is on the opposite side. My striving and encouragement for me and for you, learn to stand in opposition to your own friends, to those who are on your side, to those who are applauding you on social media. Because even they're not seeing the possibilities. Even they're not seeing the full capacities in the human condition to transform. As Gandhi was able to see it, you know, as Lincoln was able to make happen in this country, as Mother Teresa was able to do it for the poorest of the poor, the dying, the destitute, that nobody else was caring for. So I see the quest in you and so many of us to be movement makers, to be change makers, and that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Keep diving into understanding your full potential, and as you do and I do, suddenly we'll find that we are manifesting things around us that are changing hearts and minds and melting whoever it is that we consider to be the opposition, whether it's a Donald Trump or people from their side thinking it's the wokesters on the other side or whatever it might be. Yeah, that's my prayer for us.
I want to address your question as well. I think that we need mechanisms. There are mechanisms we can make with these structures, even from the outside. It's not all 100% within, that can allow a different way of being have power. So I've been thinking a lot about this because I'm not really into like the lean in movement. Do you know the whole lean in movement that like women need to have more leadership by leaning in and being more like men? I think we need more women to be women in leadership positions. Oh, you agree with that? Okay, I didn't know if that was controversial. I was like, is this going to be controversial? It's not like, you know, I don't feel like that's the right message. As someone who teaches at Barnard College, an all-female college, I just feel like it's a more empowering message to say, well, we need more of that way of being, of tolerance, of acceptance, of love in power positions. The great paradox is that the ones that seek out the power and positions are the ones we least want in power. And I think we need more incentive structures, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying very much on the women-men kind of piece in particular. I don't know if that's part of your question.
I feel like it's part of it, is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things about that are really important to me as well. But just to follow up a little bit is individualism in relationship with spirituality. I feel like hitting a plateau with the scarcity mindset of I'm not good enough, I need more spirituality, I need to be more like this, and how it can actually disconnect us from the need of community and relationship to making larger change. And so much of, you know, an individualistic mindset is, I feel like, is seen in these spirituality practices, meditating, you know, like going very internal, and so how does that branch out? And I think you're so right. Thank you for saying that in relationship to the leaning in and women being, you know, women in leadership, but also just like the feminine in general and allowing, you know, male-identified people to lead with feminine qualities.
Yes.
But I think with that as well, how do we get men in particular to allow themselves to be led by women and to trust female leadership and feminine leadership as well? I think that is a large challenge when so much of culture is saying that leadership looks like this and is this those
Yeah.
are some barriers that I feel like that come into relationship with some things that you said. And I know that we're limited on time, but
Yeah.
obviously a conversation.
Were we at all answering at all, like leading you in the direction that you were hoping to go in at all? Okay, good. Okay, let's make sure we at least. Okay, thank you.
Cool. So
One
I
more.
think-
I guess there's time for one more. Is that right?
Yes, I think I'm the last question. Okay, so karma was brought up.
Oh, hey.
I'm
like, who's talking?
So karma was brought up in this conversation, and I think it's something that I found really interesting because I find it really hard to attribute any value to any event that happens because it's all perceived value, right, by the individual person. So something could be seen really, really good at first, but then turn something really bad, or like kind of be perceived as really bad later on. So I wonder, how does karma play a role in your guys' own thinking? And is karma seen in any of the traits in the light triad, like the believance of that? And if so, does that mean that karma is just a collective truth made to make people work more in line with past forms of the light triad?
Wow, you kind of want to link his talk to my talk. That was like a direct compare and contrast there. Wow. You know, maybe I'll take this angle into this question because I was thinking about this while you were talking. I'm really big into the philosophy of mind debates on whether or not we have free will. And what I was going through my mind when I heard his talk is like, I wonder what like hard determinists would think of the idea of everything happens for a reason, because hard determinists, we don't need to get into all the debates about the free will, but if you believe that we have no free will, then you must believe in karma. It's a logical outgrowth. I was just doing this logical thinking in my head while he was talking, but it's just like, but the idea of everything happens for a reason is actually is that the same thing as saying everything has a cause? So those who are hard determinists simply think everything has a cause. Nothing's outside of the laws of the universe. Everything, you could predict it going back to the Big Bang. So everything has a cause. So is there a difference between everything has a cause and everything has a reason? And yeah, I think there is a difference. And I think that once I parse that out, I realize I don't believe in karma, but I believe in causes. But I don't think everything has a good reason. Yes, maybe everything does have a reason, but there's kind of an implication in the karma belief that, well, everything happens for a reason, a good reason. Don't you worry about it. That happened for a good reason. And I don't know if I believe that. I believe that, but you know, everything certainly was caused by real factors that we could try to explain and understand. But sometimes I think shit really does just happen. But what do you think? It's philosophy. I'm trying to link your thing to philosophy.
I mean, Scott, I ascribe to this mystic view that there is a infinite, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving force out there in the universe. And therefore, everything that happens to us is known and in some way shaped by that force. But since it's an all-loving force, and if I can allow myself that remembrance, then I know that whatever is happening is ultimately for my ultimate good. It may not be for my ultimate and immediate material good, but if I do believe I'm a spiritual being before I'm a material being, that means there is some conversation that is happening between my soul and that infinite force that is allowing me to get a little bit closer to home.
And you may very well be right. And every time I do magic mushrooms, I think you're right. You know? I definitely get in a state with magic mushrooms, like, he's right. You know, there was a loving force. I feel the loving force. But then when I'm not, you know, like right now, I'm like, do I feel it? You know, so you may very well be right.
I have observed. In fact, early in my meditation practice, I wrote to one of the monks, you know, at some point, and I said, you know, after all these years, I finally got myself disciplined. I'm doing this, and now I feel closer to people who take drugs than I ever have before.
Yeah.
I said, because like I realized like what it means to want a high and to seek a high and to long for a high and to get a high.
Well, psilocybin in particular, the research on that is really promising. for helping depression, for helping. I mean, I have David Yaden, who I mentioned a lot today, who I did the Light Triad research and the all research. He's at Johns Hopkins right now, leading the charge on psilocybin and how much they're going to. And there's a big debate whether or not would you ever want to be prescribed psilocybin to cure depression if it didn't give you hallucinations. Because they're actually trying to come up with drugs now with psilocybin that reduces the hallucinations, so you can just take it and be cured. But the question is, would you want to do that without going through the journey, the psychedelic journey? So there's lots of philosophical debates about that, but it seems very promising, and all the things point to the fact that there is at least a state of consciousness we can be in where we really feel like we finally get the loving center of the universe, and to me that's fascinating.
Yeah, my only prayer and hope for the psilocybin community would just be that ultimately you want to quest for something and then retain it and intensify it and make it permanent, you know? And that's the part which I'm not sure they'll be able to get through it. You know?
And do we want that? Do you want to be 24/7 in that state?
That is...
Do we want society to be that way?
That's the way I fell in love with God. Because the definition of God we have, at least in the teachings I had, was Sat Chit Ananda, which means ever new, ever conscious, infinite bliss. And I don't know what you, Scott, but I love that personally.
Really?
You know, just like infinite.
24/7? That'd be
it's
hell.
Ever new. Ever new meaning that, unlike chocolate, it actually continues to be new as an experience.
Could it if you could do it in a way that it still felt new.
Yeah.
Because there's the Twilight Zone episode, the very famous Twilight Zone episode, where the guy gets everything he wants, and he goes to God and he's like, look, I can't get me out of here. I want to be at the other place. And he goes, what makes you think you're not already in the other place? It turns out he's actually in hell. He thought he was in heaven. So that's a very powerful Twilight Zone episode, which I show my students sometimes because I think it's like, be careful what you wish for.
I know we have to probably wrap up.
I should shut up.
I do want to do something which...
He's like, shut the book up.
I think you're going to join me in this, which is we should just, because we're just going to pass it on to the host. Really thank the Sinani family and Sunil.
Yes.
And, Trey out there. And
their
all
generosity.
The
Their generosity for this.
Us, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much. So selflessly. Yeah. Thank you.
That was they just released a podcast episode, I think a few weeks ago. I feel like that was a live snippet of what it's like when they're having a bromance conversation. And I just feel really lucky that we got to see that.
It's true.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Everyone give them a round of applause, please.
Yeah, and honestly, round of applause for all of our speakers. Dr. Miller had to go on a trip because, busy people doing big things have big places to be, but we're so glad that she was with us. Thank you all so much for being here with us as well.
And we would like to just close it off and pass the mic to our dad, Pradeep Sirnani, and his dear friend, Sunil Sani as well, so they can just close up and as they approach the stage, just remember to reflect on what you learned today, resonate with something, have a takeaway, but here they are, the main organizers of the show.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being patient. A wonderful journey of science and spirituality, and I really hope you all have great takeaways from this. A great thanks to our speakers. Believe me, they were wonderful. And this is testament that you're all still here and are patiently listening to them is really testament. Thank you to each and every speaker. And we could not have done it without this gentleman here. No, come on. Sunil, he is the backbone, the soul of the conference. Believe me. Without him, all the way from Houston to come here and do it in New York, not possible. So thank you, Sunil. God bless.
Thank you, Pradeep. So first of all, thank you all for being here, because as you all know, an event like this, a conference like this, cannot happen without all you attending. So thank you for coming. And this is his vision. He did a conference in Houston in 2018, and we had planned to do one on June 6, 2020, and then the pandemic happened, so we had to delay it 2 years later. And it's his vision. I just helped out. So thank you again to all the speakers. Thank you for all the attendees. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of years in another city. Which city next?
To be announced.
Okay, great. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
We've got the books. If anybody wants extra books for their family, they're outside.
There are extra books, and unfortunately, Dr. Wadwa's books are sold out. They've been taken already. So, but you can buy it online. And if anyone wants extra sandwiches, please go ahead and take
sandwiches,
it before
lunch,
we give them to
anything,
the church.
coffee, tea, everything.
Thank you.